Yeah, I got something for you.
I'm already live. Sorry.
Hold on.
What are you doing?
Okay, check it.
What? Oh, for the tablet.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It actually works. All right, cool. Yeah, good boy. Good boy, Piggy. All right.
We are upgrading.
The chat is visible, and there are no one here, and that's perfect. And I shrank because I changed what screen I'm on.
Lily just waving by him. Yeah.
I got better. It's one flaw with VideoTube Mini is it changes scale to the UI for a given monitor, and that monitor is a smaller UI scale than this one.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a tablet. Yeah.
There's one viewer. My bitrate is ass. Why is my bitrate ass? It's not maintenance yet, is it? This bitrate says we're fine. Why does the bitrate on here say it's ass?
I don't know.
Hello? Am I ass?
Is this card wiggly?
Is my white background crushing the bitrate? Is that a problem?
Is there
I don't know. I guess we'll just hop over to game. See what that does to the bitrate. I'm over here now. I'm tiny again.
Hey.
I need to fix me. Well, it's because it's a different transform for every frickin' screen.
Oh, I see.
I had it set up for what's over here, but I want to make sure.
Yeah.
I can like drop this, and I can make sure it's actually. Oh well, I don't even know where it is right now. Okay, fine.
Okay.
I think I shrunk it.
Yeah.
But it still works. It's
still
cool.
good. It's still good. It's a little airborne.
I need to make sure it actually.
Why is my dip there?
Over here. What do you mean?
On your ticker. What's it ticking right now?
Oh, that's my
Sketches.
kitty titty committee.
Oh.
That's my top backers on the Patreon.
Oh, I see. And that's me because I Patreon.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing to do.
Oh, welcome to Trading Card Game Card Shop. I played the demo for 2 hours last night instead of going to bed like a bad girl. And I crashed for like 12 hours, but hey. We're going to run a card shop. I have to start over. Oh, look, there's flowers at the window now.
It's a really nice neighborhood.
With no one living in it, as Aaron has noticed. Okay. Oh, I'm looking at how they did that. It's like just the thing layered, kinda?
Kinda.
Or it's like...
Oh, it's always the same. Oh, look at that.
Okay, so it's different layers. I am interested in learning how to do these kind of things. So
Yeah.
I am going to do that once in a while.
The bush does it too.
Well, yeah, the bushes.
But you can see it
from different angles. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you can see it there. It's just you can't see that on the
covering every angle is very difficult.
Yeah. From a distance. Oh, hey, you already got customers.
Guys, I don't even have a name. I quit my J job to open my own card game store. Well, I'll probably stick to my same name unless we go the Fart Ball Emporium. No.
Steve. No.
Well, here's the thing. You wanted to play your own, and you're like, oh, race you. I was like, well, now you can have the pig pen. I could be the auto enclosure, and you can have the pig pen, and somewhere in there we'll be like, yeah, there we go. Auto enclosure. We have $1,000 to our name. Let's see what we can do, homies.
Open phone.
Yes.
Oh, open your phone.
Wow, there's a lot of buttons.
There's a lot of new buttons on there.
But first, I need to do this.
We need cards. You have 1,000 money. Make it count. You could start by making the store bigger.
I didn't even get that.
Anti-stink. We'll need that later. Big plushie.
Calm down. I can't do any of it right now. I'm sorry. I can only do the basics. I'm level 1.
1,000 money.
I do. I have 1,000 money. You can do quite a lot with 1,000 money, and you'll see that 1,000 money go away by the end of the day. I promise. I will use it. Oh, that's right. There's something I changed when I played it. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm not flying across the room every time I have a fucking heartbeat. Yeah, I'm hitting the wrong button. Right, left. Sorry, the demo did demonstrate. There's so many goddamn buttons. Okay, now we can open.
But you need to.
Oh wait, yeah, I need to price.
You actually get a price.
So $2.80. Let's do 3. Just start with 3.
Oh, yes. You can add 10% and round. You can do market price and then add 10%.
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
Yes. Biggie is here with me.
Hi, I'm sorry.
Wow, it's not that.
I'm going to do that a lot. People don't want to hear my voice.
I don't know about that.
Well, they say
I don't want to be that close to that man. That's what I don't want.
Hey, he says $3 is fair, though.
I'm glad $3 is fair, but he is all up in my grill.
Oh, yeah.
And now this lady's got the standby.
You got 2 customers already.
Yes,
You got to
I
get to the cashier.
I'm going.
No more box. Oh,
Going.
look at that. He's buying up all your stuff.
Good.
Move that particular volume.
Change $3. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Sound effects slightly lower.
Just a little. Thank you.
See if that helps.
Yeah. It was just a little sharp. Oh, exact change, please and thank you. Already had 2 customers.
Oh, I through most of the shelf.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're down to 4, so between the 2 of them, they got 28. That's the basic.
Jesus Christ!
Wow, there's another shelf.
Thanks, Chica.
She got 21 by herself. Oh, and used a credit card.
So the next thing we need to buy is table.
Oh no, you gotta be
level 2.
You
I can't do anything.
You gotta start opening some cards.
I can't sell them.
No, you gotta just start stocking your book.
Yeah, I know, but I can't sell them.
You'll get experience for it though. That'll get you level 2, so you can get the thing.
Oh yeah. Well, let's start with organizing my space.
That's good. That's good.
I like having them in the corner.
No, yeah. You made it pretty last time, and it's all about the aesthetic.
Hello, can I help you?
Oh, because you picked up
Look,
the card.
man, they're right there.
No, you picked them up, so we didn't see them.
I pee on you.
You're gonna have 1 dissatisfied customer.
To satisfy these nuts, just for that, I'm gonna open your cards.
Sera says.
My cards now.
15, 16.
Well, I'm not even marking them new for me.
Ooh, oh, there you go.
All right. Let's treat like that.
That paid for 2 packs.
Okay.
Which does a box cost?
I don't know. It's like 30.
No, next time you buy one.
I can't buy one.
No.
Oh, you mean a box of the boosters?
Yeah, of the cards. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's fine.
So, yeah. Okay. I'm just curious.
15.
Even.
Yeah. Okay, so I can now buy a table. Pay attention.
You're good. I'm excited.
Boom, table. Now people can come in and play video game, except it's real life. Except it's video game.
Oh, it's on the far wall. Yeah, because you need room to scoot it.
I know. There we go. Yes. Come and buy my cards.
Grabbing. Oh, you got to grab 2 more packets.
I do a lot of things.
Yeah, you do.
10, 15, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm going to go and I'm going to buy.
It's 96 for
It's a big box.
big box.
That's the big box.
64.
Yes. That'll stock me for a bit.
Uh,
Unless they keep buying like this, in which case, oh no! Ooh, getting paid. Oh. There we go.
Oh,
Hi.
he's in sandals. He's all slick.
I'm gonna be honest, my favorite feature is it has 10 key support.
No, you should have kept the big box.
I don't need it right now.
Yeah, but
Okay,
just having it.
I know, but like, hear me out.
Huh? Bigger box.
We're not done.
We have
Yeah.
room for the big spread.
Doesn't matter, I'm buying it.
Yeah,
Oh, there's a lot of these now. Look at that.
look at that.
Look at not being in the demo. All right.
Look at that. Ooh, it's a question mark license.
That's cool.
Like $20,000. Oh, you want closer? Oh, hi customer. I was on my phone.
Sorry, Bluey, I'm a little busy.
Yeah. I hate that you have 4 cents. Next guy who Jesus, guys. Get it on the shelf.
I'm working on it.
No, you're good.
Oh, we have a crouch. Market price.
Plus 10%.
Round it.
There you go. But, yeah. I love it.
Can't run while crouching. Phasmo's better. My favorite thing in Phasma. I can crawl and fall.
Genuinely, the amount of times I'm gonna crash this whole flipping map.
It's easier to see what you're doing.
Well, you also get away from the ghost a little better because of that
The line of sight thing.
That has saved my life a lot. Let's go in here and bury my head in the wall and just keep the door closed behind me. You can put more on the bottom, right? Okay. Oh, you still need
that's still annoying. Okay.
Yeah, you still need the card displayer
I
thing.
need a lot of things. Thank you for your service to our community and to my wallet.
You should buy more because he just took half your stock.
Good. What do we got? Pig, big, bit, bit.
On new cards.
Good. Okay. Next thing. When can I buy that? Level 3 soon.
Do another pack because that's the task. You have tons of time too.
Yeah, I'm good at that. I got a flow. I did the demo for a while.
I know, I'm just like in the back seat.
My favorite thing about the off-brand Pokemon is when you see one that's very clearly just a 3D model they screen grabbed. It's like, oh, alright. She's got like no bra is what she's got like that. Alright.
That's some good shading on the sweater. Are you comfortable?
Thank you for your service to our neighborhood and my wallet. Yes, that's just my goodbye now.
So they give you like $11 each for the price to use.
It's like hourly rate per table. Yes. Hi.
Hi, me.
Up in my face. Buy another one of these.
Big box.
And you got a while.
Wait, go back to accessories. You can sell card sleeves.
Oh yeah, that's new.
Neat. You need another shelf though.
Not yet.
Oh, I see.
I have that open spot.
I see.
I think I had.
I don't. This is why you're playing, and I'm just trying to like catch up.
And I've got my box of no fuck you right by the counter. See?
Appreciate that. You get those stinky guys. Haven't had a stinky one yet.
No stinky one. I just walked in the fucking Breaking Bad man. Whatever.
Oh shoot. That wasn't one. Okay. Guy, let me.
Honey, the box is clipped into you.
2. Yeah. Oh! Take that quarter. I love it. You're so economist.
Big money.
I don't know.
This is how I live my fantasy of having money.
You have sold a lot of deodorant.
I know. That's the thing Aaron's missing out on when he plays. It's just like he's not selling the deodorant. How to sell the deodorant, dog? These people are desperate to be like, my girlfriend says I smell like ass.
You got high quality stuff. Man, he's barely got the cards. Go back and get 10 more. I know, but like, thank you for your Patreon.
I've got enough money that I can. Level 3. Well, I was going to get another table, but I can do this.
Yeah. Oh. You can do that because you have cards to already sell.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. Like, oh, my money. Okay.
A little bit of going over.
Do this again because I like it. Oh, that took a little stutter, and then we're gonna make it as like, yo.
What kind of cards we sell?
557. We got a 516. We got a.
Not bad for a first round.
Okay, so we're just
market
gonna
round
market 10.
Oops. Market 10.
Yep.
Market.
It's a worm.
It's a wormhole.
It's a worm. How you doing, Spritzy? Yes!
There's a kicker.
Full art. That's good to get this early. That's very nice. That's very helpful.
Nice.
Hi, I just got something better than you'll ever have. Fuck you.
$1. Yeah, $1,000 drew up quick, but it's a good way to start.
Yeah, you gotta.
Oh, you lights on.
I know.
Yeah, I see you.
But you gotta get all your like furniture set up and everything.
Oh yeah. It's your first day. At this point, you're just trying to get the store.
1,000 is your starting cost. Which, if we could all start a business for $1,000 loan, we could have
done and done.
Like, all right, $1,000. I get some marketing. I just start a union. I don't know.
That's fair. You should probably get this guy up.
Oh. Open more cards. I built my thing.
I was gonna say, how much does it cost for another play table?
200.
Okay.
They pay for themselves like daily.
Yeah, no.
Or like every 2 days or so.
You just have 100. I'm like, I think it was more than that. I thought at least 100.
It's 200. It's like 150 for a basic shelf, man.
Well, no,
Yeah, we're starting.
Ooh, there was a rainbow there. Yeah.
Not amazing. That's a good start.
Gotta buy these cards.
I like to market in 10 and then rounding.
Oh, it's...
Yeah. I am not as conservative with the money as some people we've observed. Yes, $8. Give me $8.
Ooh,
yo, homie. You bought all kinds of shit. Look at you. Bam. Yeah. 40, 50.
You buy a bunch of cards. You buy your card protectors.
Oh, shit.
Stinky guy. Stinky guy. Oh, those are cards.
Wrong button. It's fine. Don't worry.
Ooh, that was a good pull. A little bit of heat there.
Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. But rainbow background's new.
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me.
Hey, you. Stinky guy. 1. All right, all right. Oh, what do you want? Oh, he's selling you a card. What do you want?
He wants to sell me this $1.24. He's asking, it's under market. Sure.
Oh, no, no. You have to. Yeah, you have to actually. This is what I'll offer. Yeah.
It's under market.
Yeah,
sure.
no, that's great. That's great.
Fine.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Post it up.
This guy,
4.
market 10. Sounds like a 3 to me. And this guy, market
250.
Yeah, 250. I'm driving up the economy. Right, these got knocked over.
Don't know if you will have time to get 2 more customers to play before you close.
That's fine. I'll click over tomorrow.
Well, you got 1 guy now, so
Yeah,
maybe.
it's not the end of the world.
No,
He'll just
but
be
if
like,
you if you can get the task, it'll be nice.
yeah, but I don't think I get anything for it. This goes to the next tutorial.
That's good though.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Got room for 1 more.
You know I do.
Oh, but you're gonna pull.
I want to get a good one. This only costs like $3 a try, so we may as well do it. What's that? Oh, well, it's a sad one, but I got new toys.
$8 out. Oh, wait. Is he playing? Yes! That's cool.
He's playing.
That's cool. Ooh.
Aquafish sure is a name you spent half a minute thinking about. Oh, Anglerfish. Angry, because he's angry. You notice that was
angry.
I remember Pusaya in the demo. I think that one's new. That's cute. I like that one.
Ooh, I love that little...
They have plushies of some of these.
Yeah, they do. I would love that. Stinky guy! Catch it! Hey, before you come in my store... 2 of them like shoulder to shoulder on each other. Oh, they want to play cards, but they
He's
can't.
leaving.
Yeah, you need another table
That's
for that.
fine. I can't afford a table yet.
So pull some cards. They're just standing around you, bro.
First time chat. Where's the stank bouncer up there? Oh, it's Nona. Hi, Nona. Oh.
Woohoo!
Nona's blessed. Nona's blessed.
Nona!
Got some expensive sludge.
You got a sludge that we can sell for much.
I like the rainbow background. That's
That
a
is
nice
very
touch.
nice.
It's a
Yes.
vignette. It's just like rainbowed up.
But it's just such an easy way to look at the card and make it shiny. I say make
Market
it for 78.
10.
82. Do it. Oh, you're going big.
I'm a greedy bitch.
I love it, and I love you for it. What's in the other box? Oh, that's your card things. Yeah, you're fine. Oops. Patient stock. It hasn't happened. Oh, it's 9.
Yeah, I know.
No,
Just
I
wait for them
don't.
to be done.
I'm just noticing.
They're all busy playing games and shit. I'm
That's
like, all right,
fine.
that's fine. Finish up.
Keep the box.
Oh, you gonna buy something like her? It's all right.
Go for it.
Sure, man. It's after hours.
I'll go flip the sign.
I don't want to let them check out for
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Listen, if people want to show up all times, bros, I'll be like, all right.
Yeah. You're taking.
I don't think they do, but they're welcome to.
Yeah, they turn around. Buy the table if you can. Be a good way to spend it.
I can't yet. I think you have to be in business hours to do it.
Would make sense because they'd have to.
I also got bills to pay in the morning.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
So,
Forgot about bills.
I'm being good. I'm being good. Can you move the lights? No.
Sick.
Eh.
But you did spray a lot of people.
Yeah, that's probably what pisses them off. Is
Yeah.
if you walked in a store and someone just started hosing you,
Hey
you'd be
man,
like, hey.
big soap.
Very good. Staff is friendly, willing to help. But 5555555555555. I mean,
Wow,
doing fine.
you're doing great. Where's your ones at?
I think they're just mad because I de-stank them.
It has to be. People like their stank.
Well, I don't like their stank. Fuck you.
Start by paying bills before you flip the side.
I don't give a shit. Want to see how you paying bills? Check this out. Done.
It wasn't too bad.
So this is grading. Tabletop is like the real world shit.
Yeah.
Those are cool. I like those boxes. You can buy these in real life. Ooh. Oh yeah, you can actually buy their game. That's nice.
It's straight up board game. I play that.
Mafia works.
Yeah.
They need a graphic designer bad on that shit.
I wonder if they're going for a minimalist thing. Oh, hey, bub.
Hi.
I want one de-stink, please.
You're welcome to buy the. Oh.
Oops. No, you click on the money and then. Yeah. Hey, twins. I want one. Oh, you bought the $6 card. That's nice.
1, 2, 3, 4. 10 key support. God, I love 10 key support. And while we're here, we're gonna be broke as shit. Don't worry.
Do it.
This pays for itself basically every
You
day.
need to sell 10. Oh, individual cards.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna put this like right fucking here. Yep. And now we're
broke and need to restock.
we're broken here. No, we're fine for
Tons of
stock.
inventory.
We're fine for now.
Tons of inventory. Pay more guys. Play your game. No.
In the meantime, we'll open some cards and see what we can get, you know?
Well, you get to level 4 if you keep going with it.
Exactly.
Okay.
We already have new stuff we can buy, we just need the money, it's just the tables are very important right now.
No, you're getting started.
Yep.
Day 2 with 2 tables, a card display, and a rack. That's so far so grand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they just buy my cards, I'll be great.
Yep. You got them all lined up. That's a good place to start. Oh, hey, there you go. You know what? You should fill it up with just something.
What am I trying to do, man?
Yeah. I'm not trying to critique. I'm just.
Market 10, I'm gonna say just 6.
And look at that. So
Yeah, I got a good shader on that.
Really good.
Big angry bud, big angry bud.
Did you?
You know what?
Huh?
You know what? I do need to sell cards.
Yeah.
A little under the 10% of
Yeah.
See, I still make a profit.
Yeah.
But that one's like, oh, that one's a deal. Maybe I'll buy the $300 one now that I can afford it.
All you need is one guy to buy the 300 one and pay the smidge.
Do a lot.
Do what you do. Come on. Big cash money. Big cash money. Big cash money. Stop saying apparently it doesn't work.
I didn't check the price changes for the day. Oh, we're fine. Well, you know what?
Up another.
Screw it.
Yeah.
Profit up. How about you? You're fine.
Oh, you're good.
You're fine for now. You
could. Yeah. Woo.
And check these either. Probably that when this guy's done. This fucking chromio looking dude.
Hey. You just
No fancy footwork.
Fancy footwear, walking in your slippers.
Yeah, you're nailing it. Oh, I think I leveled.
No, you didn't. What was the happy noise? The happy noise.
I don't know what that was.
You didn't level. You just.
Yay!
It's noon! Oh, we bought a card.
Maybe that was
we bought the burglar you put up for one. Worm.
I don't know. I don't know what that noise was.
I don't know. It was a happy noise.
Oh, Liz got another tier sub. Thank you, Liz.
Oh, Liz, you lovely.
Now she's got 2 months of freaking possum emote and probably other things, but possum emote. My target audience, the one person that wants the possum emote.
Hey, I want a possum emote.
Well, that's a subscription.
I gotta work on it. I'm broke.
I know. Maybe you need to start drawing things. Do you want to learn Blender? I got classes.
Don't tell me. I might.
It'd be fun. You learn to sculpt. You'd probably like that.
I might. I wonder if I have Blender.
It's free.
No,
You can download it on Steam.
No, I was saying, do I have it downloaded?
I don't know.
I may have downloaded.
I recommend, if you haven't, getting it on Steam, because Steam updates Blender for you.
Done.
And Blender updates
Constantly.
a lot. Yeah, it's the $350 today.
It's at front.
Fuck me.
10 key support.
Yeah, 10 key support good.
Smash the fingers.
Dumbass is dumb, but 10 key's good. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Market price plus 10, 319, 3. You know, this used to be my job, these fucking 10 keys.
Stinky guy.
Stinky!
Wait, he might leave. He leave. Okay. Stinky took a stinky out. He stood up and got Stinky. That was weird.
Oh.
I think he shat himself.
He lost so bad he shit his pants.
Oh.
I aspire to be as petty as that person with the Steam screenshot. Your change, sure, and it's like all pennies.
Yeah.
See, Blender is a complicated beast to learn, but there are resources out there. I really, really, really like GDTV. That's what I've been working through. That's the one I'm learning my texture painting and what with. So, but that one costs money. But there are free tutorials. There's people that basically specialize in Blender shit. I'm gonna go open some. Hope I get some good.
Oh, he's good.
Oh, he's using what's left of his sharpening tower.
And scratching post. Yeah.
Which, to be fair, if that just bottom one was there and didn't look like that, wouldn't be so bad as a little hidey.
Genuinely, if we can clean it. Yeah. I'm giving consideration to taking your whole desk and moving it there.
Yeah.
Not right.
For whatever it's worth, Spritz, I think you are doing really well for working with what you're working with. Like, you've made shapes happen. Good job. I struggled with that, so...
Baby steps?
Blender is very confusing to start, and honestly, even when you know what you're doing, I'm constantly looking shit up to double check and figure out, like, I forgot a hotkey.
Ooh.
I wasn't looking, I was busy
Big
trying
shiny.
to figure out what that emote is. I thought it was Switch emotes. You're goddamn terrible! I have no idea what I'm looking... Oh, it's the Raptor thing. Okay. $8. Hello. Sorry, I was
Opening card?
I was doing drugs.
Totally. Need to buy more drugs.
Yeah, I think a drug simulation is a different game. Shockingly, they are very similar, but there is one where you are literally selling crack. Oh no, I double check things all the time. Knowing what to Google is a huge part of Googling. That's my pro stripped strat of the day. If you can figure out what you're looking at, it's a lot easier to find it.
What you gonna order?
Oh yeah. Well, let's see. Our situation is we could use some cards.
Need some cards.
Would like to group some shit up. This we're gonna need more.
That's the last two, yeah.
We're gonna need more. We're still more cards, but we're doing okay.
That's one pack of cards.
You know what? That's a few bucks I didn't have before though.
But one? Can we buy two?
You just checking the store out and bought something to be nice. You don't know.
All right.
You don't know.
This guy's like one of your best customers. He's come in every day.
All right.
Like a couple of times a day.
All right. Well, I mean, they have a clone. You know?
Maybe. I'm gonna pretend like they don't. It's better for the narrative.
Okay. Look here. Fuck off.
One!
Oh, if you hit R, it like snaps to grid.
Ooh!
That's nice.
It is. Quality of life right there.
Might as well turn the lights on.
Nice
So,
stuff.
yeah, I'm thinking. I gotta get cards no matter what.
I say buy a box of
Steak.
everything. Yeah.
I'm also thinking about I leveled up, so I have access to things I didn't have before. I can buy licenses,
Oh, you can.
but I need to mine the money. Like, for example, this is now available. It's $150 just to get the license, and then I have to order the thing of cards. So I'm not there yet. Accessories, we need this. We just do.
Do you stink or your cards gonna
They're a big deal. They sell
Anything
big.
else you get on?
And then just the box of boot. We'll start with that for now. That's reasonable.
That's good. There'll be a...
And then to prepare, I can get the license. The license for the.
Oh, not yet. You need 50.
I need more money. You're right. I'm dumb.
No.
And now we have a new thing of things, so I can pop off my shelves and have one to stand by. That I don't have to run over here every time I want to open something. So we're golden.
Oh, my. Look at that. Look at that. Yum, yum, yum.
Yep, that sure is the back of some dude's fucking ear. You're right.
Cards left, you get to open.
Basically.
Chunk left.
Yeah, no, that's how I roll.
I love it.
I missed. This used to be my job. And there was another one out here that's just the anti-stink, and we are going to have that on standby because sometimes someone shows up and they need a spritz.
It doesn't look nice, but you could leave the box by the tower, can't you?
Yeah, I just like it.
No,
these are accessible.
Yeah.
This is just like there's one thing. And
you're good. I'm just curious.
I just go, wait.
Yeah, see what you want to move. What you got? Keeps a bug. Hey,
It's gonna piss so many people off, sorry.
Stinker lady.
I got like 3 people out, they're gonna be mad, but whatever.
That's the problem.
Y'all smell nice.
That's the problem. If they stink, then they all get mad that they stink. Oh, you give them away. I'm sad.
It's
Maybe she. Ooh, pig.
Alright. I don't think I drove them away. I think the game finished and Stinky left.
He came in. Stinky said, "Hey, it's time to go."
Okay, Mom.
Okay, Mom.
Angry fish. Hey, another sludge lop lop lop. That's a first edition. It's not worth crap, but it's a first edition.
It's a first edition.
If we hold on to that until
buy the license while you have the time.
I'm thinking actually, how much is grading? Like if I send in my first edition, grading time 12 days, cost per card 12. So it'll take a while to come back. It's a first edition card with that.
Oh, I don't know.
Fuck it. Let's see what happens.
For the shot.
Because we can display graded cards and sell those for an advance. It's brand new out of package. It ought to be good.
You can still buy the license before.
I know, but I want to save some room.
Oh, I see.
End of day.
You still got bills and stuff.
I'm planning ahead.
You're fun. I'm just curious.
I'm a planner.
I'm looking at it through the eyes of a newbie. I will be able to apply
Right.
your skill to when I play.
Someone buy my fucking cards so I can list more cards without having to put cards away because it's really annoying.
How much is one of those? 200, 300?
325 is my cheapest. 250. Get rid of this thing. Ah! You have too many buttons.
You gotta click it, then you gotta pull it back. Then you gotta re-click it to submit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an EX. I'm just curious because it is a first. But thank you, Lizzie.
What's you?
She slapped the link to the stream everywhere. I'm trying to hit 25 subs. If I hit 25 subs, I can monetize. I already have stuff in. Oh.
Hey, what you buying? You bought 2. Excellent. One more and you'll have the task done. I love the hell out of it.
Well, that's the other thing I was going to look at.
What's that?
Decorations. I can get. Oh my god.
Oh,
I was looking
expensive.
for posters.
Oh,
Those are a little pricey. But they make the store look nicer, and I can attract all the furries.
love it. That's a win-win.
Poster 7, they're gonna want to fuck that thing. Damn, we popular tonight. All right.
The card table, man. If all of them would just buy one more card.
I think I had 3 in the demo, so yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
All right.
I'm buying a card.
All right.
He just made room for the $20 one.
All right. He bought a worm. The worms always sell. I don't know why. People really like the worm.
When you're buying a card, don't buy a worm.
Oh.
What?
He has no change. I still hate this display.
Well, I did the same thing. Like, it says $3.25. Oh, no change.
I mean, you know,
closed.
That's my niche is people who are up at stupid hours. I guess. Market plus 10%. Yeah, I'll do a quick.
22.
You know what?
Oh. 29. Oh, I see.
You gotta have a few deals.
Yeah.
You gotta have the illusion of value. You gotta be like, well, you know.
So, I got this card. It was a little,
this was a real good deal.
That's actually not a bad price.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Big.
It's Big who's angry pig. His hair's on fire, angry pig.
Hi guys. This is why I'm foot closed. If they're foot closed, they won't buy shit when they're in here.
That is true.
I'm not sure. I don't want to test the AI that way.
Oh yeah. Smart. 2, 3,
1, 2, 3.
7, 8, 5.
That's right. I'm the only store in America where you can get 50-cent pieces on a regular basis.
You have 50-cent pieces.
I know. A lot of them. Nice, dude. Thank you.
Excellent. Do nothing but 50-cent pieces.
And we're golden.
Before you end the day, stock up your cards.
What I'm gonna do?
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah, no more box.
No more box.
Get out of here.
One off by one. Oh, you got a spot?
You know what?
Or not gonna? Oh.
Let's please the chat with the dopamine.
Right.
Here we go, guys. Cross your fingers. Give us good luck. What we do?
We broke the first batch. It broke.
I mean, that was okay. That broke even. That broke even. That broke even. That broke even.
Yeah.
Pray to RNGesus. Here we go. Warboo. Sludge Glop. Tiny Star.
Hey, that was better than the
Oh,
last.
I forgot there's access to the activated auto remote.
Oh.
Yeah, if you just set it up over there, you earn the points for being here.
Well, that is true.
And there's like consistently, if you show up for multiple streams in a row, you get bonuses. And then you can bet on who dies and hope it's not you. All right. Not the best haul, but not a bad haul. We'll pop it up here. Let's see what we got. We got a 289 board. Market 10, 325. We'll double check this in the morning because we're gonna have to. Bam. Something just happened on my something. I heard do on Steam.
That was me.
Okay.
No, it's like, hey, summer sale or
Oh, you made a profit today. Not much. It was $26, but considering all the crap I've been buying.
or how many tables?
General Spritz, good days. It's highlighted. Maybe that's what I heard. Right on. Look at that. People are doing stuff in my chat. Okay, so let's see. Is there anything I can do before the store opens? Oh, I gotta check my prices. I gotta make sure my prices are good.
Otherwise,
320. That's still fine. These haven't changed. So we got Dank Spray. That's still a pretty good price. Like, for sake of argument, market price plus 10%. I'm actually underselling the Stank Spray. Oh, $14.50. Fuck it.
People like your deodorant. I don't know what to say.
Stank
Spray.
Aaron needs to sell deodorant. That's what he's
He
doing
really
wrong.
does. Well, he has the
ADD. That's what he has. He has the ADHD real bad.
Yeah, he does. Squirrel. I'm gonna sell.
A card for $2. Oh, I got a great deal. Shit. All right. I've been sent to support. Thank you very much, Fail Project Games.
Ooh.
I appreciate the honesty and what your project is about. It means a lot to me, and I relate to it on a spiritual level.
It touches my soul.
Yeah, I try to make games. Maybe my games are fail projects. I don't know. Does Slime Forest have an audience? Let's find out together. I am adding a dungeon crawler to it like a lunatic. I wish they had a cancel. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, my price was fine. I just wanted to see what we get if we do the thing. I'm leaving that. That's my big money. That one's fine. All right, let's open shop. Come on in, slobs. Or leave. I hate you anyway. You creepy twins. Okay, we're good. I'm over it. I'm fine. I need money. Come on. Come on. Come on. Buy everything. You look well off. Yes, it is a fair price. I think you bought a cheap one. But hey. Huh? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. What'd you buy? You were looking at all those cards that you bought cards, man. Oh. Okay. There you go. Ooh, something product. I don't know what that noise was. Oh! Follower, thank you! And then all my blings go off in sequence because they don't know what they're doing. I'll figure it out eventually. I'll figure out these overlays sooner or later. It'll be great. Oh. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. I haven't done dev streams yet, technically. I have not let people see the nightmare backend. I usually do art. Dev is a lot more whimsical and just kind of do whatever. Oh, hello. 61 cents, market price 76, but it's not good. But it'll make someone happy. Can I just do a 60 cent? Yeah, alright. Probably the only person in town to buy it. Money, 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 money. Money. I need a new shelf soon so I can upgrade and sell more things. Hey, deodorant. The big money. The big money. Oh!
Oh.
Yeah, you need to
Fixed it.
Thank you. You'll be right behind me on the stream, you gotta mind that. Please and thank you. Okay, 3075. Another reason I would like to get a studio eventually, just to work in. Like, yep, none of that happening.
Eventually.
The dream.
Yeah, that's what the back room will turn into.
Maybe.
It has a good computer setup.
Oh, R doesn't snap, it just rotates. Okay, so let's see. We got level 4. We got... Reviews are still solid. This guy's buying something hopefully expensive. He got a pig. He got a $5 pig. Thank you. Well, let's open a pack, see what happens. Wham! Money. Money. First edition. Got 2 first editions. Not worth squat, but I got 2 first editions. Hi, you're all very busy today. Maybe I should just get another play table. They're getting used. They do make money for basically just... Right, use my... Just sitting. Oh, if I get a play table, I can't get anything else. But I don't have room for anything else anyway. Okay. Oh, I get boxes. But if I get boxes, I need somewhere to put my boxes. Okay, level 5 before I get that. I'm actually pretty close. That wasn't in the demo, the second tier, so that excites me. I can do dice. Alright, we're seeing some options for what we can do. But we are going to need to think clever girl style here. Or is it not 0 something? I'll look at that in a second. Boom. Oh, he wants something. 1325. Boom, 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 boom. What you want, homeboy? Customer is selling a $160 card. Oh, he's selling it under market price. What? Will you buy it for $160 on the nose? Nice! Yeah. The non-zero chance, don't hear from me for a month. Yes. I did dice in the demo. Dice are great, actually. When they sell. I do not know why deodorant sells so well, but it sells. Okay. This fucker is going right up because this will pay for everything. That's a $200 card is what that is. Done. If I make 40 bucks profit on that, solid. I'm not gonna whine. Wow, that's my next one is $2. Bit of a gap. Downside, that took most of my wiggle room for money. I do need another shelf to really do anything. I'm thinking. I mean, I could just open a shitload of packs, I guess. Now I'm wishing I had a box. If I could take them down, I could... I don't know, but there is also the possibility of if I really want... Oh, I gotta pay my bills. Shit. Okay, that's not so bad. 16. Down to a solid 200. 200's not great, but we are getting by. Okay. Making profit. That was just a big expense. But if it sells, it'll pay off. We are early on. We don't have a lot of cash coming in yet. I'm going to eat this stuff. Perfect. Sorry, I was eating popcorn. Okay, that helps. That helps a lot. 10 key prowess. I have to dump the popcorn all over the floor while I munch the crumbs. Goodbye, my crumbs. Okay, I mean, that solved my shelving woes a little bit. A little bit. Don't mind me. Now, the trick about beard is it's difficult to render with. Oh!
The crumbs there.
Is that the weird, like, cheese pretzel things? They are a texture. I don't know how I feel about them. That's why they've survived this long. I've reached shop level 5. Yeah, I know, we're killing snacks. Boom! Okay. Here's where I'm at. You see this? You see this goal? We're consolidating everything on here, right? The reason we're doing that is because I can't afford a new shelf right now. But I do want to get new products. So, man, these are crunchy. Nice.
Ooh.
Hold on, I gotta open all three. Thank you for waiting. He's a shiny. Okay. That had a weird little input lag that threw me off real bad. Okay. What'd you get? Ain't mad. Just a second, sir. Customer selling. That's not bad. No.
See if he'll take 5.
No, it's bargain.
Oh, no, wait. That's backwards.
I'll play this game with you, honey. No.
Yeah.
You're asking for more than I can sell it for. Come on now. I'll have to go full GameStop on your ass, but... Marketplace plus 10%, solid 65, boom. Done. Okay. It's almost time to turn on the lights, but not quite. Sure. Good. Click. Okay, well, I mean, that helps us out a bit. So, my DIY, we got nothing really pushing here. This is cool for figurines and stuff. Card table, solid. We can get that eventually, but it's not that important right now.
Oh, perfect.
Well, yeah, there's people doing shit all the time. I'm thinking. Sorry. Start of day, end of day is best time to do this shit. I'm just like, in the middle, I got stuff to do. 30s.
Oh, he got the thing.
Oh, shit. I was so distracted by math, I didn't realize he bought the thing.
Yeah.
Alright, we're golden. Let's go.
Let's buy some stuff. Oh.
Sold a $200 card. That's an achievement. Alright. Damn. Manage stock order. Alright. We're going to get the boxes. Kind of important. We're going to order a thing of boxes. We can order this. That's $300 though.
You
just
buy another shelf for $450 though.
I can.
Should
I'm thinking about what I can and cannot do right now. That's all. I'm also trying to minimize my delivery fees. There. Okay, we'll start with that. I think that leaves enough to buy the shelf. Yes. Okay, so I can come in here. I can buy another stinking... No. What?
You're on this $450.
I'm on the wrong layer. 675. Small cabinet. Oh, it's different from the...
Yep.
Oh. Well, you know what? This works for what I'm selling, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dice.
Yeah, I have dice, so this will look all right. I can put the... Ooh, actually, think about this. Look at that.
Oh.
Look at that arrangement. Look at me decorating. Okay. We take these. We go... Oh, let's go inside. Can't put them on top. Ooh. I'm saving that for a second. We're gonna get this market price plus 10%. $16.50. Fuck it. Done. And we're gonna deal with this lad. Hello, lad. I'm here to deal with you. I see you bought some cards. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you. Oh, damn. All right. Okay, this one. We're gonna need to do our cards before we're done. So I'm just to top it. I need this. Right. R. You go up here. We're gonna sell you market price 10%. Solid 20 freaking 5 sounds awesome. Is it a good deal? No. I only have 4 of them. Bite me. All right, 625. Boom, boom, boom. Have a nice day. All right. And now I got a bunch of these. I can crouch now. That one didn't have crouching. I cannot stress enough. Crouching. Oh, makes me happy. I'm a normal person. Okay. So our deodorant is pretty good, but may as well top it off since we're doing this. Okay, I haven't seen any stinky people there. What a nice neighborhood. Okay. This is going pretty good. This is going pretty good. Yeah, I need a box of cards, but let me open these. Not going to be a high profit day, but it is a lot of progress day, so. I mean, I sold a 200 card, you know, it's 40 bucks profit. It's something. What's up, honey? What do you got? Thank you. Boom. Boom. Right, cards. I have to buy them before I can get them in the store. Go ahead. Can I afford another one of these while I'm at it? May as well. Getting up for tomorrow. Hurts my soul right now, but
holy shit.
I did not have that money at any point.
She'll pay 50 for it.
She will not. I don't have the money. I'm sorry. There's no world where she would sit here until I get money at 9 p.m. That's a very good card, madam. I'm sorry, I'm a broke bitch. Come back in a few months and we'll talk. Yeah, I'm closed. Sucks to be you. Chase him down the street and hose him down. Good.
Good.
Tempting. I'm doing a public service! Sorry, I was being Batman. I got fucking $70. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, how about 20? How about that kind of haggling? I didn't think so, honey. He's thinking. He's thinking about buying. It was a good card, but the market price was way lower than what he was asking. Like, I understand doing a little highway robbery, but at the same time, I have my limits. All right. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let's do this real quick. We have no money. That's okay. Expensive day, but you know we got new product license. We got 2 new product licenses actually. New shelf for our dice.
Stock everything. Desanctify that one guy. Public service.
Chase the man down the street like a vigilante. Saying, take a shower, take a shower, take a shower.
I am Batman. Which means I make people not smell like guano.
I am the air freshener.
Taste my Everglade. Yes.
Taste my triple mint breath. You stanky hoe. Get out of here. Go home.
You don't get in my shop.
We like women in this neighborhood, and they don't like how you stink. What do you mean your girlfriend stank too? Oh.
You nasty.
You made for each other. Get out of here.
Thank you for your service, but no.
Thank you for your service. I didn't want to date her. She smells like she got hit by a dump truck. Alright. I don't see anything great happening for me right now, but you know what I can do?
We go home.
Well, I need to fill up these fucking card stocks. I got 3 spots open. We may as well go to town.
Oh, okay.
RNG prayers, let's go!
Woo.
Pray for your RNGs. Let's party. Alright. Alright.
Nice.
Not a bad start. Not a bad start. Funny number. Five. I saw a 5 in there. Something. That's something.
You're consistently breaking the part number. You know, it's $3 in, but you get more.
Let's see. Keep those prayers up. Oh yeah! Hey! And you can be a big pig too. There's different illustrators. I wonder if it's just like fake mom they got off the internet.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we'll pay you for this. I hope they paid him for this.
Like the art's all similar.
Well, Fakemon are all trying to look like Pokemon.
Oh, that's true.
We ain't done yet, boys and girls, and they, thems, and other shit. That one sucked. Alright, now we're done.
Good deal.
Boom. What mind if I do? Got a couple okay ones and one really nice one, so. Out of practice. Hasn't been my job in a while. Used to be my job. Used to be really good at a 10K. Alright, I think that's good. I think we're stocked for the day. I think everything's dandy. We got dice, we got cards, we got no money, but we're good. We're good. That's not it.
Oh, pretty precise, though.
Yeah. Wonder if all the guy chased down the street. Yeah, like supply and upgrade cost. Like I made good profit. I just, you know,
Well, you earned a lot of good money.
was working.
Yeah.
Now I would like to get set up to do the next tier of things, but the shelf is $450 fucking dollars.
Need it.
I do. I'm thinking it might be best to get a third table first because these are like $200 a day when you got 3 of them.
Yeah, they make like 10, 15 bucks just.
They help just to open.
Yeah,
All right,
regulate that cost.
What?
The cost that you get for them being there.
I think a little bit. Oh, yeah, I can.
Oh,
Yeah, so I could change the charge rate.
okay.
I could lower it to attract more people. I could raise, I mean, in theory, if it's smart at all, it'll attract more people. Excuse me. I'd want to play where it's not $7 an hour if I had an option to pay less.
Yeah.
But that is free money right now. I'm trying to 10 key my change. You can't do that. I got the hiccups. Sorry. I just drank water. That's the problem. Alright, alright. I see you, honey.
Customers like buying cards. Ooh, pig!
Ask price below market. Yeah, I'll do that. In fact, I'm gonna try to string you out even more. Bless,
Nickel and dime.
God bless the ignorant.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty cool.
Ooh, mouse, you good? You good? There we go. All right. Okay.
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 All right,
I see a downside to playing by the wall.
okay, we struggled a little. How'd you get the card there in the first place? Are you further away from it?
Marketplace plus maybe. Sorry, I'm having issues with my mouse is like getting stuck here every so often. It's kind of interesting. It's just decided it's mad. I hope we don't get another random blue screen, but at least I'm on stream, so it's content. Hello. Ultra white. That's oh my god.
You bought a lot. I got some rolling to do.
Okay. Oh shit. Hold on.
You with the green Aurora.
I am
the card.
doing a service.
You did good. You did good. Ooh.
Okay.
Nice card.
Okay.
Hey, you got enough of that.
Enough for a lot of things. This is helping a lot. All right.
I say buy the card table while you got the money.
Hold on. Oops.
Sera,
never mind. What I wanted to do is just. There we go. Just kind of drive me nuts.
Yeah, I don't appreciate you. Makes it easier to see the product so people can pick it up when it's hard. You don't have to bend down.
You know, I'm torn now. I have so many options. So here's the deal. I can get these.
Ooh,
That's $300. I have nowhere to put them. I can get more dice. I could get these eventually. That's interesting. Figurines are level 6. We're coming up on the pig.
And you got shelf and pig.
I do have a spot for the pig.
I'd say table. It's making good money.
Table is making good money. You make a solid argument. Also, the fucking shelf is $450. That drives me up. It's so much, and I get it. That like it's a single.
Yeah.
And I would really like to
You should
make money.
do what you want. No.
I don't have it. I appreciate it. I do not.
$50, $100, 5,000. All right. Thank you for your patronage.
You got no room. Oh, for the new. I mean, complicated. Complicated. Like I could put them here. Do something.
Take the whole shelf and scoot it closer to the side.
Oh my god.
That way the table.
Hold on. I'm looking at my situation, thinking, and it's hard to juggle. Boom. Okay. Look, I can move this. Yes. Put this like right there. Like this snaps to it. Don't like that it snaps to inside of it first, but it snaps to it. Okay. Oh no. Okay.
I say you stand up box cards.
Next card series, if I'm doing boosters, I like to have it in one spot. Especially since I do not have storage right now for excess. So I'm kind of like iffy on... For now, I need to get these. Bitch.
How many more do you get?
It's twice as much. Doesn't look like it saves a dime. Probably a waste of my bigger box, less box shit.
Save shipping because you're setting one.
Yeah.
One and you're set for longer.
I can't afford a second dice. Fuck it. Alright.
Oh, what you want?
Honey, I got no money. I don't have that especially, sorry.
You could have done that if you had done it before.
Well, that's the game.
No, that's the game.
There. And I got a couple of these left in the corner for later. No one's buying these. That's pissing me off a little bit. We'll point out, the shelves in the demo were $150. I had like 3 of them by the end. So I'm a little annoyed that they're $450 now. That's quite a lot more. I can get cubbies real cheap. But remember, when you buy a license, you don't get cards. You just get the ability to buy them. $450 ice crazy stupid. Okay, Chris. I don't know
Well,
what...
it's supposed to be is crazy stupid.
Oh.
But I am crazy stupid, so it works.
Okay. That's their first time participating in the chat.
Any chat.
Yeah, it's just funny because you're like, you've been on mic more than in the chat. Yes, buy my dice. So I can buy more dice. Oh. Okay, whatever. How much are dice? 160, motherfucker. Okay. That's correct.
Hey.
Otter rocks.
Yeah, otters do rocks. But they rock.
Yeah. Right, I need something on the shelf. I mean, I'm not getting anything good, but I need something on the shelf. Oh my god, why? I just changed the battery in this thing like a couple weeks ago. It should not be having these issues. Just randomly takes a dump. It's really weird. Yep, there it goes again. Like the game's not stuttering, my mouse is. That is so weird.
Closes, give me 30 seconds, I'll clean it.
It's... here. I'll pause for this. I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing it.
Over here.
It's a new issue. Real quick, just to be safe, I'm going to check this. Already better. We'll leave it last.
I hope so.
GPU's a little pissy, but that's Card Shop Simulator running.
So Firefox is half your memory.
Firefox is always half my memory. It's fucking Firefox.
It's Firefox. It's on fire.
I can't de-stink the stinky girl. She's amidst the other... Oh, wait.
Oh.
I got her. The stank man cometh. Okay. Okay. So we got 3 tables being used. We're doing okay. We got 100. Okay, we got enough to buy dice, so I can get my dice stocked up. Ooh. Something. I think the license prices are higher than in the demo. I think they rebalanced a lot of it. Mind you, the demo was like really easy, so I guess I see where they're coming from. Don't want it to be too fucking easy. That's how explain why Aaron and Dan are broke all the time, though. I was not feeling that in the demo, and I am feeling it now.
To be fair, Aaron made questionable decisions.
What's a G502? I don't even know what you're talking about. I have a mouse. It works fine usually.
We have 12 others in this house.
We have so many mice. This is just a wireless one. Okay, you got me a wireless one. I get sick of tripping over all my wires. I have so many wires over here with the tablet and everything, so I get it. Can I help you? I could make a profit at 50. I can do it.
Nice.
I can do it.
Good invest.
It's not as much as I'd like, but I can do it.
Don't build the shelves with something good.
I'm doing it.
You good?
Market price was 10%, 55. It's not much, but it's something.
I'm not.
Weird wired Logitech. Okay. Fair enough. It's, you know, wired is consistent. Logitech is usually alright.
I think I use them for my controller.
Wireless gets interference sometimes or something.
Oh, yeah.
In this case, I guess the laser was dirty. Did you see a bunch of stuff on it or something?
No, but that's my first go-to when it's hiccuping. If the laser just has like a hair on it.
Yeah, I've never had that issue before, so it would make sense.
Wireless gets a little freaky with it. My thought was between a crumb and all that, a cleaning, and then battery.
Yeah, we've done a lot of crap. I just did the battery. It hasn't been
I was gonna say you just said battery, so I'm like, all right.
Light blinks when battery's low.
Yep.
I avoided wireless mice for a very long time, to be fair.
Lovely.
Okay, we can... No. Did I pay my bills today? No. Shit.
Yeah.
I need dice. I'm out of dice. So... Fine. That's all my...
Oh.
I can't even afford that. I don't have enough for the shipping.
No, you don't.
Not enough for the shipping.
Order some more cards.
I'm just fucking stuck here. Yeah.
Get the box up, don't you?
Yeah, I just... Like, I'm not being subtle about my prices. I'm jacking them up a bit. Come on, RNGs, just hook me up.
Hey, you're about to hit level 6.
I need more chat, doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Level is just unlocking more shit I could spend money on. If I had some!
If I had any!
Would help if they were buying anything. Like, when's the last time I had someone come in and just whale it up on fucking boosters? I was getting a lot of that in the demo, too. These guys are just like...
You got a lot on day 3.
Yeah. It's been a slow day in terms of, like, people just buying the cards. They're buying individuals, which, okay.
Good.
It's good. It's just, I need those people to come and just be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy a fuck ton. Anything to come through. It's driving me nuts. Well, the table is paid by the hour, so I don't mind them taking the table. I get paid for that. That's free money. Like, just straight up free money. But I need more than that. There. Hey, now this guy, on the other hand, what's he doing? I don't fucking know.
There you go.
I might... Shit. Selling that many dice either. So, like, those 4 have just been there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Isn't it to just invest heavy in dice right now?
I would.
No one's buying shit.
Oh, well.
Come on. Want to buy like a crap load of them? Did you buy nothing? Fair price. Buy.
This looks great. I'd love to have some.
Shake head disappointed. All right, asshole. Should spray you with my hose. An anti-stink hose.
Looks like she's got a bunch of stuff.
She got a bag, so she's got that going for her.
Yeah, but bags will appear even for that.
I'll take it.
Yeah, some of your good cards.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for these clowns so I can get paid now.
Good time. Oh, yep. Leave him.
Sorry, I just saw a need for public service. Excuse me. How am I losing so much money? Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here! Bitch, I just met your boyfriend yesterday. Fix you up real quick. God damn.
Oh.
Ah. Too many buttons. I think I'm just setting the sign to open and standing here all night staring out the window. That's $200 profit day. That really tells you how little I started with. Man. Like, those pretzel things, my other complaint. They're so salty, they're making my nose burn. I love salt, and they're making my nose burn. That's insane.
Speaking of drink, everybody drink your water.
Drink your water. Hydrate, fools.
Oh.
Rule
number 2, hydrate. H2O.
All right. Day 4. Day 5. All right.
The sign for it.
I'm thinking. I need more dice. I'm just out of dice. Right?
You've had dice for a bit.
Yeah, but maybe they see the empty one. They're like, oh, this bitch don't got no dice. I don't know.
It'd be good.
Hi, Depresso. You look happy to be alive.
Don't forget to check your market price.
Going to. Yeah. See, last time I sold a bunch of dice was when some dude came in, saw 2 shelves full of dice, and went, mine now. There's my backup box. Okay. Yeah. I know you are.
Just in case. That's not bad. Yeah.
Fuck you!
You could have hit 10% again.
I know I could have, but... 450's fine, I guess.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. I see what I'm doing there.
Good.
Wish they'd show like a up down. Well, yeah, that's fine. I just did the math in my head. Like, yeah, no. Fine. You're fine. You're. Yeah. Okay, 325, 281, that's fine. Maybe I priced them just slightly too high? Fine. 320.
Maybe. That's 40 cents over. 3.
Just thinking. Let's do 3. That's where I started and I was selling a shitload of them.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe I'm just shooting too high.
Yep.
Start rounding more. I'm way above market price. I think I'm shooting myself in the foot.
Okay.
I think I'm being a little too assertive. These are still fine.
They're too greedy. That's all right.
Yeah, learning.
Yeah.
Or again, they might have just made it harder. Who knows?
A little color 8, dude.
I still think that's fine. Like market price 1010. Yeah, I'm under 20, so I think I'm fine.
Yeah.
I think 20 might be the part where they're like, all right, you're being a bit of a bitch.
10% makes sense. 20 is breaking it.
There.
Excellent.
See if we get some better sales. Night, Nona.
Love.
Get some sleep.
Sleep good. Yummy, yummy.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do? Because I'm barely...
what about your top shelf? Is that good? Okay. Oh, one more box, I suppose. Yay! Another card on the rack. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't have anything that's like $2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, card worth it. Why are you so upset? Time is frozen, man. But you're right there. I know I am.
Fucking come in and buy something. I'm not gonna stop you.
I literally won't. Game's dissing you, man. Alright.
You definitely stop.
I'm anal.
You're
sorry.
fine, I love you.
I'm anal.
You've had me already. Ooh.
You didn't buy enough snacks for the week. Lizzie, no! I'll be your snack. Come on over, girl.
Huh?
Girl guy. Pause.
Take a bite out of me.
Dog. I don't know. Whatever you want to be called in this context.
Pause pie.
This is where I fail with the non-binary thing. Like, sexy talk.
I'll rub your face.
I mean you then. I'll rub your face.
Is that doing it for you?
Oh yeah, dude.
I'm just trying here, alright?
The bitches are dense for you. They're all coming.
Learned I get bit when I do that, so I'm kind of careful about it.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Done. Done.
Customers. One, open some cards while you wait.
Just did.
Oh,
I used up that whole box.
did. More people. You want this box? I'll sell it to you.
Throw it at him.
Throw a box.
You've heard of flattening your boxes, but have you considered fuck you?
Beat your customers with a box.
Flatten your customers. Have you tried throwing the entire box in the garbage, fully constructed, just out of spite? Do you want your HOA to know exactly how you feel? Bam.
Paid your bills. That sucks. It's good.
It's life. That's what we're talking about.
Nice.
That's what we're talking about.
Cool.
That's better.
We sell it, baby.
All right. Everyone's playing their games. Isn't that cute?
It's lovely.
No. End event. Format. Standard. Format. Hopper?
I'm unpacking card price might increase.
Oh! You can affect the price of specific ones. That's interesting. Oh, you can hold tournaments.
Oh. He's 5,000. He goes up pretty far.
Man, I just wanted to charge them for blinds. They have to buy all my fucking packs. Buddy, are you two together? Ma'am, is this man bothering you? This is fine.
Okay.
All right, just another Tuesday for you then. All right.
I guess they just happen to know each other. See, now she's doing it to him.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Go ahead.
Feel Sharon.
Yeah.
All right. You got sticks 25. Yes, get some space. I'll take my time.
Shit.
Fucking hell. Here you go, Handsy Hank. God damn.
Here's your 50-cent piece.
Watching your ass.
Oh.
She's crossing the street. Where are you going? Where are you going?
He's crossing the street.
I will call the police.
Get some stink spray in your eyes, motherfucker.
Walk faster, honey. Yeah, lose him around the corner. I can't follow her, so it's fine. Man, the streets. There's people.
Yeah.
There's a guy coming.
Another one. Hanging out.
Okay, he's losing her. Okay, it's fine. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. Hi, welcome to my very cool shop where I don't stink eye people who may or may not be harassing women. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just thought I was witnessing some sort of crime. Are we doing it again? Okay.
No, he was playing cards. He just happened to get it.
Okay. Okay.
We're looking
Sorry.
Yeah,
on the note of the Game Grumps, I have seen Aaron play this game, and I know how he treats the female customers. And I don't want to do that, and I don't want my customers doing that, sir. Anyway, I would like them to... Oh, well, that's on her. She went into him. That's different. That's you know what?
They went down.
That's she made her point.
Don't you have a 15 card?
No. Three.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
It'll sell, but it's just
anything less. Sell? My soul. I'm doing lots of... Well, I mean, if I get down to one shelf, I can just put the second one on that.
Yeah, that's true.
Since apparently shelves are the most expensive thing in the world now. Unless you want a little cubby. I'll put your stuff in a little cubby. And you too could walk away with $12 worth of cards in your one pack. Oh, I like you. You got some dice. Yeah. You know what you're about.
Right.
Came into the expensive shit store with money. Thank you.
Classic.
Oh,
he's playing cards.
Good.
Yay.
Good.
Very nice.
Good.
He immediately started to devastate the other guy.
Good. I like violence. Good.
Ooh.
This next one is 300 just to get the right. Oh, okay.
I'd focus on the next shelf before you get there.
I'm focused on a lot of stuff. Like I could get more dice. I could get blue dice they sold for more.
It's true.
It's a variety of dice. Or I could...
Oh! You need a shelf before the pish bug. I'm sorry.
I know. I mean, I could put them in here with the dice.
That's a free shelf, though. You can put it at the bottom if you need
Yeah.
I'd made the dice.
I would also, in a real store, stack the dice. Yeah. But what do I know? What do I know? Hello. A man who looks like his name is probably, Sean. Here. You just look like a Sean to me.
Hey.
Nah, it's not a Kyle.
No, it's Sean.
That guy might be a Kyle, but he doesn't really look like he is. That guy looks like a hard Sean.
That's a Sean.
That's a Sean. This guy, he's a Chevin. Red hair. He's like a Sean and a Kevin merged together.
The red hair.
Her, I don't know. It's a bit.
Very classy.
Liz.
Liz.
Yeah. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Done. Boom.
You should really make a card 50 if anybody ever buys it.
So far, people aren't buying things if I'm fucking barely over market price. So I'm not gonna say like market price is already way marked up. I will point out. Yeah, I'm batty. Similar your cards.
Put me back. Oh.
Make them bend. I'm evil.
Ooh. Anyway, back.
This year when I had like last night where I pulled 2 multi-$100 cards in one pack. So.
Hey, Breaking Bad is back.
Hey, Walter.
He bought one bat. No, he bought the bat that he just bat. He bought it.
Batting 1,000.
Batting 1,000. Oh.
I feel like if you heard a story, you just heard someone sigh behind you. Just...
Ooh, shinies.
If you see Poppy, don't mention the part where her tail is missing the last 4 inches of fringe. She discovered what flypaper is today.
Oh, poor Poppy.
That's a silly dog. Haha. I mean, yeah, poor Poppy.
Poor Poppy.
I think it's funny, but more Poppy.
Funny but sad. Funny but sad.
Funny, uh-oh.
Funny, uh-oh. Funny Three Stooges. Like, oh, no.
Is it funny, haha, or funny, uh-oh?
Because it's fur, so it's funny.
That's the one Animaniacs bit I've always remembered.
Funny, haha, funny, uh-oh.
Yeah. So, oh no is uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I like that. Welcome to the auto enclosure. The deodorant box is right by the register. Just saying, stinky.
I will use it.
I will use it. You will be sprayed. use a card for $5.
I would.
It's just
Not everyone carries cash, man. At least they don't have the realism of paying transaction fees.
Alright, I'll give you that.
If they do, we riot. That'll put me out of business. Oh, fucking Jesus.
Hey, you bought dice.
They'll be like, someone can feasibly masturbate to these guys. We don't want to do business with you. I'm like, alright, fucking MasterCard. I will fucking kill you, MasterCard. Anyway, that's what we're talking about. 3 boxes. 3 boxes.
That's it.
Good.
You
How
could
much
buy a
is it?
shelf. You could buy it.
Well,
What's he want? What's he want?
selling. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Oh, you have to do it. You have
Oh
to.
my god. Hold on. Excuse me for a moment while I just, yes, that was a hard bargain for me.
That was.
I'm just trying not to cry too hard about how much I got raked over the coals there. Just raked over the fucking.
Just really busted my
Oh, it's a $590 card.
Oh.
Oh, right. No, that's fine. I'm fine with that. That's fine with that.
That's
Yeah.
a good day.
Yeah. Like, no, we're down hard, but if anyone buys that.
Yep. It pays. Oh, the dividend.
Yeah. In the meantime.
You're gonna need more.
Eventually.
Yeah.
I still have a full shelf. I don't know.
No, you're good. Ooh.
Sometimes people just buy half a shelf and more power to them, but in the meantime.
Oh, shit.
In the meantime, we're just bump, bam, bam.
Look up how much it costs to get your warehouse. I'm sure it's like thousands.
Store upgrades.
Really?
That's the cost I saw. They might have changed that
Yeah,
too.
well,
Give me a minute.
that's my... Because now that you're out of the demo...
Demo didn't have the warehouse.
Yeah, does everything have a 0 attached to it? Ooh, no,
That was a garbage one.
80 cents.
Let me in!
I'll break it!
God, slow day. Okay. Even just a poster. I don't think it does anything, but imagine.
Maybe it does.
That's a reliable seller.
8.2. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're doing good. We're doing great.
Yeah, lots
My
of
phone needs to be charged. God damn, that's...
Yeah. Is that a thing you have to do?
No.
It's just...
That's just people being true to how things are in real life. Like, my phone's never charged. Like, my phone is habitually charged.
Seriously.
I would have a thinking USB right here.
there.
You see this? You see this?
Yeah.
These have to be plugged in something. That's my phone right there.
Yeah.
I said PayPal. Like, damn. All right.
Huh.
On that note, let's look at... I haven't looked at this one much. So, 10 before I can do anything. Cool. Play mats can be sold. Lots of good stuff.
Ooh.
Oh! $200 for the license, but then I got a second game.
I don't mind that.
That's something. It's cheaper than the third tier of the thing. My TCG thing is off being
10 days.
graded. I can do multiple at once.
So it'll come in at 15.
I don't know if it's going to be worth it at
Really?
all. It said first edition. It wasn't that great of a card. It was
No,
first
but
edition.
we'll
Maybe.
demo test it. Who knows?
Maybe.
Who knows? Yeah.
Should be mint condition.
Yeah. Mint or near mint, but high quality. I'd rate it,
Thank you.
okay.
Oh, you get more of those. That's what I need.
Ooh, yeah.
All right. The last 2 customers made the day for us.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, yeah, there's a jump button now. Stock order. We need some of this.
Big pack.
Yeah.
And the other big pack.
You think?
I think 2 of those.
Or 2 of them right
You
now.
could, but
Yeah,
it'd be
that's
like
fine.
most your money.
I'm not using them that fast. I'm kind of being conservative at the moment.
You're
locally.
good. I just like having a box. Of
I do too, but
Yeah,
I also
but-
don't want to
but-
be. I don't want to be that person that was day 2, $4,800 in debt or whatever.
-4.
Minus 8K or whatever it was that we saw last night.
Minus
What the
8K.
fuck did you do?
Just burn your money.
How did you even do that?
No clue. I don't know if I could do that.
I
on
literally could not
purpose.
screw myself that hard if I tried. Oh shit.
But, can you? Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at you. Excellent.
I've not needed this yet, so whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's good to have, but nah, you're in a great spot. What's the other one? Card liners?
Doing all right. Cardliner's barely been touched,
They
and I have a
don't-
whole box
Yeah,
of them right
no,
here.
no.
They're just right now is me done.
Yeah.
I can put some right here.
Oh, hey. Might as well use the shelf space.
There you go. Now I
Good.
got a reason to have this because I need to move those. Done.
Beautiful. What's the? Oh. You can,
Fair price, I'd say. You're just now looking. You've been playing all day, man.
oh, yeah,
Literally all day.
yeah.
I think you've been here since like noon.
They've been busy. It's good.
I'm not mad.
No,
Like,
no,
by
no.
all means, spend your money.
Yeah, yeah.
Hook me up.
Oh, what you
hello.
want?
1163.
Good.
Asking price. You know what? You know what?
Try 11.
Can I just do a hard 11?
Yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
that's good.
That's not bad. I can work with 11. What?
He bought a $2.50 card. I just think that's
He
funny.
looked around a lot,
He
too.
did. He's like, you know what I want? He bought something. That's nice of him. Like, if I'm going to be in a store that long,
$1.50.
I'll leave with something. It won't be grand, but, you know, a honey stick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You need one more checkout. That'll be caught up in the
All
morning.
right, time for the RNG prayers of the day. We ready? We ready? We ready?
Dun, 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 dun,
Do your chants, bitches. Here we go.
dun, 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 dun.
It's still red. I don't know what's wrong.
Alright. Not bad.
They need to chant harder, but there was a funny number in there.
Good start, good start. We'll get some heat eventually.
What we got? What we got? What we
A
got?
couple of new cards. We're knocking them
All
through.
right, all right, all right,
Gold
all right,
edition.
all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Not a bummer. Not a bummer.
Yeah.
This one? This one was kind of a bummer. All right, seriously, y'all ain't chanting. Where's my chant? I need chanting clearly. Orange Jesus is not hearing your prayers.
Hey! 35?
Thank you, Cloud. And see, you said one thing. That's what I'm saying. That's what people gotta chant. You gotta give me something.
We need that.
I need the energy coming in. That's what worked. You said one thing. I made $35.
Give us
That's the
those
secret.
35.
That's the secret. Just keep talking. Everyone, keep talking.
Say something. Oh, guys, you gotta chat it up.
Making up for last night, where again the demo is just like, here's two awesomes. Fuck you. Dex, yes, very good. Very good. That has to do it. It has to give me nothing but 69-cent cards now. Oh my god.
Seriously.
Okay, today's cursed. Fuck today. Bye.
Yeah. What she just says, right?
What a terrible day. Oh, that hurt. Well, we did get something out of it, though.
No, you got that 500 card.
Yeah. Just need someone to buy it.
Yeah.
I got this bad boy. I could just sit around. I'm not used to that.
The problem is they're around, yeah.
Yeah, their round would be bad, but that's okay. That's okay.
Oh,
No,
oh.
I'm open. Get inside!
Market prices.
I don't care. Get in my house. We're fine. Fine. We are,
Actually, a little low.
fine. Done. Brad's one more. Wait. Golden. All right. Checking this.
Hey, you got some winners. Nice.
You. Thank
Good.
you.
A lot of cards today.
Good.
Yeah. There's the cash. Tempted just to give him a 10. Go.
Yeah, and then the screen. I want the bright green number to be what I owe them, and it's just not. I'm like, ugh. Throws me every time.
It's very different.
Looking for the yellow, and it's like.
Ooh.
That's convenient.
Yay! Beautiful.
Oh, I just kicked that over here as a subtle hint, huh?
Yeah. Guys, just saying. A box of the stuff.
Pay the bills. Bam. All right.
That was 150.
The longer the lights are on. Oh, 65.
Yeah. Not too bad.
Feed me, Seymour.
Ow, not now. Yeah.
Did I just buy the shit box? Like,
Seriously?
even they're not getting anything. It's like, here's an $8,000 card. I'm like, fucking damn it. Thank you for the back of your head.
That's
It's
what we
very
do.
nice.
Fair price, I say.
Price you fairly.
Cheese, everybody at the same time.
Gonna open these right in front of you. I'm gonna lick them. These are mine. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Not like I'm gonna sell them. Look at that. Fuck me. Jesus.
Yeah.
Last night really was all my luck on the demo. That sucks. Hey.
Oh.
Nice. Not bad. I'm not mad. Alright, now we're talking. I can almost afford a shelf,
Nice.
Chris. Or the other cards, but the shelf, Chris.
Shelf first. Get a shelf and life will be the best forever. Oh!
Alright. That's something. Oh, fucking time to give me something.
So.
Like 20. I hate how that follows you until it's open all the way. I'm like, no! Oh, no!
I need to get to that corner. They get tracks team. That's not bad, actually. $5.
I was just checking.
No, you're good.
Some of these changed. I'm not looking, and I was like, oh.
Last thing you want to do.
Hello!
Hey, you got some liners. Yeah! Get those sleeves on.
Alright, let's see. We got plenty of liners. They might clean up that. We got this over here. We got these. This is fine for now.
The chef.
I'm thinking, Christopher. I know. Meow. Your price is...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, well, that was
went up. Alright.
Surprised nobody bought it. Pretty good. Hey guys, what you want? There's a $500 card there. I'm just saying, you know?
Yeah, you all look like you have $500. Oh, yeah, $500.
I'm like one deodorant from the card shop. I got $500 in my pocket. Yeah, all right, do it.
Asking for $7. I'll give you $7. Done.
I think with those guys, you can get away with $6.75.
Maybe, but I'm already underselling them, so.
True.
It's not like I'm not making them. Denki was my job, guys. Get more of those.
Yeah, you do. Good.
Starter boxes are doing good today. That's fine. They're not cheap.
That's the one. Uh-oh. Just made that price up. Oh, we bought some stuff.
Excuse me for a fucking second. Gonna go ahead and get one of these. I'm gonna go ahead and get I'm gonna go ahead and get a shelf. Thank you. Let's start there.
Alright, excellent.
Don't mind me. Oh, they snap together real nice. That's awesome.
So clean. Ew.
10, 1, 2, 3, and a biddy. There you go. Okay, $400. So I've got one of those in there for. I need a box pack. Yep. You're right.
Yep.
Okay, and pigs are 500 to unlock. We got some cleanser still. You can get some
blue dice.
Blue dice.
They sell well. Black dice.
Yeah, let's get fucking blue dice. Boom.
Make that whole rack nothing but dice.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
One step at a time. That's most of my money right there.
Hey, no, that's a grand upgrade. Brand new shelf. Let's fill it. Oh wait, people.
Oh no, she's buying so much stuff. How dare she? 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Kisses for you and your mommy.
I'll give you a finger up your nose. Oh, she wants to sell something.
Okay. Well, I have $7. Oh. Yeah.
Let me think.
I need some money.
Because maybe
someone will very quickly give me a fuckload of money.
You might. That'd be nice to get. Oh.
I think 5 is too much.
No, yeah, you're right.
Oh no, 5's under 20.
Oh,
5's
okay.
It's brand new. They'll get it.
Okay. No, okay.
Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. I'm going.
Everybody at the same time. We got inventory to pack. This is a game that I don't think would benefit from co-op, but boy howdy, that chaos would be fun.
Okay.
Do it.
Can I get it?
120. Sell it for 4.
Still have one to get away with.
Probably 135. Yeah, that's not bad actually. There's another 10 is 40.
right between.
I love it.
How to make that money back?
No, you got these smart numbers. I am absolutely useless at that part right there. I'm trying to do the roundings and I just can't do it that fast.
Sorry.
No, I.
That was my other job.
You
oh no!
Oh, you're out of stink juice.
I'm out of my vigilante sauce.
And you have $11.99. This box is good.
That's fine.
Is that empty box? Okay.
Well, I was thinking so I could move.
No, you're good. You have the new shelf to play with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, huh? A little higher. Yeah.
That's why I was holding up.
No, you're good. You're such good. You're so smart. Yes.
Down here's where the naughty dice live.
What? Oh, you have to set the price.
Set the price.
Yeah, because it's new guys.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I forgot you bought the black.
These ones cost.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow, these are actually more expensive right now.
Nice.
Right. Oh, that's fine.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, dice.
Got new dice in.
Yeah.
Dan likes blue.
Blue.
Don't have $11 now. Liz. Big spender, I said, seeing 2 cards, but then I was right. He was a big spender. All right. So this is slightly disheveled.
Yeah.
It's fine. Listen,
What you thinking? Oh, I see you. Fine.
Hold on. Now what? Not below market price, fuck you.
Yeah.
There's how you do it.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Let's sell it for 13. Oh, what's he doing? Oh, no, you're right.
100 customers have played in your shop.
You unlock something when you do that.
I think I unlocked the ability to do a tournament.
Yeah. That's cool.
I just bought dice for each of his 7 twins. Yep. Get it, Mr. Sun.
Hey. It's a nice day. Play.
Remember, if you need to fill any of those, I'm always here. No, it's cool, guy. You can, oh, there he goes. He's like, wait a minute, that guy wants to play. Okay. Top shelf item. New boosters. Top shelf items.
That's good.
Yeah. You see what I'm thinking?
I know, I love it.
I can be clever.
You are clever. Do not get me wrong.
I can be clever. Oops.
My dice.
And as a bonus, we've had such a stink-free neighborhood.
We really have today. Like,
Tempted to put these up higher.
I would. They sell so good.
Or check this up on top there.
Yeah, me too. It feels weird that you can't. I'd love to see a plushie up there, if I'm being honest.
Working on it.
No, like you get the plushie, but you can't.
Maybe you can put the statues in order on there.
Oh, that is true. Maybe it's a decorate thing.
Maybe, or maybe it's the cheapest option because it sucks.
Oh,
There's
because
no
it's
structural integrity. No structural integrity.
It's the rod of boxes, the IKEA keyboard. Oh, it's gonna be crap.
Probably.
Let's hire Riz Cairo Award. But
Well, that was a $4 one right
yeah,
there.
I was gonna say, who does?
Paid for itself.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, sad. You got some space still. No, you're great.
Boom, boom, boom. You know what? No,
Ooh.
no,
Ooh.
maybe, but no.
I
This used to be my job. No, okay. Sorry.
hey, Buccaneer.
8, 20, 30, 5, 6, 7, and that.
Oh, we used 100. I see you.
Get better at it. Get better
Profit.
at it. Okay.
Yeah.
Big environment. So one of these. Ah, now we're talking.
Oh, yeah.
Little something. Little something.
No, of course.
My kingdom for a holographic full art, though. I am sad about that. By day 7, I had plush piggies on the demo. I don't have plush piggies. I'm only halfway to being able to afford the license. They're so expensive that I could just plush piggies.
Baby step. He's a lot of good card players. I'd almost say get a 4th table with how much they
Yeah, the problem is having somewhere to put it. That's when you want to start getting your
And that's
expansions. I never did look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Reno Big. Okay, expansion 1 is that little corner they
That's
got.
not
So
bad.
700 even have room for another table, basically.
Yeah.
And then for 5,000, I can unlock the other shop lot, which
Boy,
I believe is
what
probably
about
storage.
is the other shop's warehouse?
I don't know.
I don't
It just
get
says shop lot B. In market is a warehouse. On here, it's just more shop, maybe. I don't know. Maybe back there's where you put the cracked in. I mean, you're already selling the paper version. So. Thank you. Have a nice day. Your skinny cousin is here.
Wow, you bought 1 card. All right, thank
Do
you.
you want to make out?
Would you like more free blowjob?
Everyone has the same haircut today. All right, fucking.
Is it the last
I think that
one?
was the big one.
That was.
Yeah, so we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Fuck it, we got okay last time. Let's see what else we get
Let's
this thing.
say you can't order after 9, can you?
I don't think so.
You
I
should
like
give it a
that
shot.
bird. That's a cute bird.
Ooh,
That's a cute lantern thing too.
like that little flyer face.
Sake of argument, ordering after 9. What am I ordering?
Order yourself like let's do another pack of the rare because you have $480, you know.
Yeah. Fuck.
Or what about those kits, the square boxes? They sell like good.
Yeah, I don't need that many of them at once.
No, you're fine. It's just you have so much money.
Not really. 500 on one pig, remember?
No, yeah, but
What if I want pig, Chris?
good. That's a good argument. What can I say? But it's delicious. Ooh.
1, 50, 25. Thank you for my final purchase of the night. I'm glad I stayed 3 hours late for that.
What about your bill? You paid them?
Yes. Also, I have a week to pay him up. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
I could wait 7 days. Here.
Yeah.
If they were smart to have the me. Oh, maybe it does drain over the day.
Maybe, but like.
Here.
I see you.
There's your
I
bills.
see you.
Sorry, I usually just go.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Again, I don't know anything, so when I play,
I pay them daily.
yeah, you're good.
I think it accrues over 7 days and then it have to be paid or something. But that's aggravating. Okay. Sake of argument.
Yeah, see if you can order anything.
Another one of these and red dye or low. Out of these. Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Then that's the time to restock.
You can do it before the day too. So.
Oh yeah, I love it. 1. Oh.
Eh. Actually, there's too many fucking perfect. Too many fucking buttons. Dude, oh. Wait. What's the throw button? F. God. Doesn't help that Phasmo is like completely opposite a lot of this. I'm just like
X, F, S. Wait, this is back. Well, no.
there's so many buttons. There's just so many buttons. Like they need a UX designer on this thing bad.
Yeah.
The layout is insane. Like I can get the thinking behind a lot of it, but at the same time I'm like, no.
You can lay some of those under the shelf.
Yeah, but I like having them nearby.
Oh, that is true. Never mind.
Because then I can strike in the night.
Chase people down and spray in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get me.
Yeah, I understand.
You get me. You get what I do after hours.
No, 100%. I'm not questioning it. I'm just like underlining it.
Anyone out here want to get hosed?
Ooh.
Town. They're fucking less after 1. When's my Joker going to arrive?
9 o'clock is bedtime. Everybody go. Wow.
Final profit. You're down $8.
I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, well, I mean, $8 a day to live ain't bad when you're living like this, especially.
Check market prices.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Bum. Still doing this.
Weird that they change every day.
It's not really. It's pretty standard for this.
Really?
Yeah.
Every day?
Supermarket one does it too.
I guess so.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like, I don't know if there's an asset everyone's building these off of or what,
Yeah.
but they all have some very similar mechanics. It also keeps it like interesting.
I get you.
These went down.
Keeps your poke at it, tries to help you manage your money. I get you. Yeah.
These 24.
Sticking.
And I think that's the price drop on those, but they don't sell that well, so fuck it. You seem fine. You're fine. Fine.
Woohoo!
You're good.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
That seems higher. Wish it showed a little arrow, like if it's gone up or down
That
on
would
any
be
given day.
nice. What's the difference? You can look at the graph that shows you how it went.
There is a graph, yes.
Yeah, a little bit of an indicator. Hey,
Come on in, fuck
sticky
nuts.
red.
Excuse me. You find whatever you need. I
Store's
see you didn't come
open.
to my store. Fuck you, you smelly bitch.
Fuck you, little homeboy.
Sorry, I listen. As a trade for the crime of opening a drug den, card shop,
Dude,
the local judge said I have to do public service, and that's my community services. I have a hair that's tangled in my tie. There we go. Ouch. That was very unpleasant. That was deeply unfun. There we go. I'm good.
Quarter.
Here's my favorite coin. There you go.
Yeah.
But I just like quarters. Hello, new best friend.
Oh. Hey,
All right. Okay.
even. Oh, best buddy.
You're
Love
a
that
good
book.
way to start the day.
Absolutely.
Hello, not a CIA agent.
Hello, not a cop.
He doesn't stand like a cop. He doesn't. Oh my god, I don't have the money. Let me think about it.
Yeah, maybe.
If things happen, we might get lucky, but I need some serious income.
How long will it stand there?
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
Hopefully a while, because 975 ain't gonna do it.
See what?
$492.
That's
Oh,
another-
but it's a $600 card.
It is. Like, it's absolutely worth it. Let me think.
It's not bad.
That's better.
I need someone to buy shit
Yeah, you
before it
need
goes
100
bye-bye.
bucks. Like, buy 4 boxes and we'll have it.
It's all good. It's all good.
I think he'll wait for a bit.
He will, it seems.
Yeah.
It's like, damn. Hey, yeah, come buy. Yep. Buy a bunch of
I
shit.
don't have the cash right now, but if you want to wait, customers are flowing in. Just take a couple of them.
They tend to turn around within a day or two. That's what we're talking
There you go.
about. Good start.
It's always good. Also, people. Oh, there you go. 400 people leaving the tables.
He wants like 700.
Yeah. No, he wants 470.
Yes.
Oh, it's worth like 700.
Yeah, I know. I'm just checking in with him.
Oh, you're good. Hey, buddy, still letting me think? Good. Very satisfying.
Got it.
Oh, okay. Do it.
That hurts, but
look at that price tag.
look at that. Way under market price. We haggled him way the fuck down.
Like almost, yeah, 6.
We do a solid 640 on that bitch.
Oh, that'd be delicious. That's a
That should pay for itself.
profit. That's like $150 profit.
Yeah. I thought that guy just took it. I was like, oh!
Mix it up. All right. Shove out of the way. Customer coming.
All right. No, it's cool. We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Cool beans.
Now I need money for.
To be fair,
Need
you
a
have
hit.
just restocked everything.
I have just restocked everything.
Yep. Still got stick box on the side.
That's a big investment, but we'll see if it pays off.
2 cards. So, yep. That's
Would you like a blowjob with that?
please and thank you. It's the Tuesday blowjob special.
Want to round it up to 40 for a quickie? Like,
Round it up for 40 and I'll give you a head. Yeah.
world's cheapest prostitute. I don't know why I had to do community service. The judge was really mad. I don't know. Then I tried to blow him and he got more mad. I don't know what's
He
going
said
on.
something of contempt of court, but that was very sexy.
Is this box in the floor? There it
A
goes.
little bit, yeah.
Physics on these are interesting. Oh, okay, synergy. Damn, they got up with like perfect. All right.
Can you move the counter?
I can move the
Yeah,
counter.
I would, but can you?
Yes, you can
Yeah.
move the counter. I
Okay.
tried a few spots last night. I didn't like any of them.
No, like I like your layout. Guys.
There's a hair stuck in my glasses.
I'm looking at this like I might steal a lot of this from you. Like how to do
Oh. Sorry, I'm like, that's why I'm keeping an eye on the corner.
No,
I'm like, dude,
it's
what was that about? You want to play co-op, you little monster? Like, goddamn.
just where'd all your cards go? Hey, by the way, did you see my binder?
Fucker.
Ooh.
Nothing great. Not my day for that. It's as if all my luck was spent on a guy sending me a $600 card to come buy it.
Mind you, all 3 tables full. That's a pretty nice place to be.
Yeah.
That's just your passive lead in. I love it.
Oh, look at that.
What?
You hit market price, then the other thing? You can just... No, it doesn't work now because there's this, but... If there's no price set, you get plus 10%, automatically adds 10% to market price.
Good.
Honey, I would love to, but unfortunately...
Oh, it went down.
It's even down. I don't have...
Seriously, just try to.
I cannot.
No,
There's
like,
no way.
There's no way you'll get 1,000.
There's no way I can talk them down 1,000 a day.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, would you sell it to me for 150?
Yeah, like I'll do that right now. No questions. Matter of fact, you want a box of cards? I'll trade you that. Seriously.
Got another one.
All right. Did he decent card? Hey. Think you got.
I'm gonna play a new strat to keep him satisfied. Check this out.
You leaves.
You mother.
Seriously, think you got. Think you got. Jeez.
Oh my god!
Jeez.
Dude, get
Okay.
a new hoodie! What is wrong with you?
Something's wrong.
I found him! I found my Joker! He's real!
Gunk hoodie.
Oh my god! What a stink ass! Oh, let's see if he'll do 20.
Excellent.
Alright. Love getting away with murder.
Mean school.
Want to buy it right back for whatever I'm about to mark it as?
30. Dual.
Yeah, clean 50% boost for me.
BEAUT. Full. But I don't have enough.
I think he looked at his
He
card!
did. He's like, oh, that's pretty good, but I'm broke.
I have the 20 he gave me. Oh, I think I got gypped.
Feeling fucked up. Oh.
Now we're talking! Yeah! Yeah! Oh!
Holy.
Hey, I think we got one of those God packs.
Oh.
Now we're talking!
Oh.
Now we're talking! Now we're talking! That's not even a shiny God pack, but it is a full art pack. And yes, okay, now we're in it. Now we're in it. Now we got some shit. Here we go. Here we go. We got some
All right.
cards.
And we got so many places from this.
The only one that's left is that.
Sold.
Yeah, times 90. Perfect. You got it. I know.
All right. No, you're good.
Listen, I love a good.
No, but yeah, we got priorities.
Okay, 75 is fine.
Yeah.
Okay, what's those? All right, you. Hi, sup? Sorry, I was busy seeing dollar
We are
signs.
Celebrating, my friend. Oh, oof. Good to it.
I paid my bills today, right?
Nope.
Nope.
Yep.
I have.
Excellent.
Good.
Too. That's not bad.
Good.
Like, we are in almost prophecy. Oh, back in that pipe. Delicious. Oh, I would take that right off the pooper.
Excuse me. No. Ugh. Sorry for yelling. It's just I was clipping into you, and I didn't want to go to the back rooms again. But we're also that time of day where everything's just kind of yellow, and I get anxious. Yeah, sure. Have that. I don't know why I did that. I just kind of missed. There you go. Hi. You liking that? You liking what you see?
You want to buy 203? 460?
Do you like my nice round numbers? Do they compel you? Convention rules. Artist alley knowledge, just for you.
Yes.
I love this. All right.
Yeah, more toast.
You. I'm running out, but I got some.
You're not organized. Take time.
I hit a button.
Oh.
So I could say sort album. I could say price. It also does it when I get new cards.
Yeah, it does.
It's just right now.
Yes.
So it's not constantly screwing with it.
Yes. Sweet.
Oh. There's a horrible stink coming out of me, and that stink is called victory.
You know, if you get 40 more, you can get the pig.
Yeah, big.
I know. You got to get some stock, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay.
It's delicious.
Those got that. Dice. We're good on. I don't know about dice. Dice are okay for now. It's fine. He's leaving.
Let's just, and he bought a good card. All right. Oh no, he's playing cards.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry, I had a job to do. Oh, right, I have a job to do here.
All right,
too.
you're
Right.
also.
Yeah, sorry, I multitask really hard. It's how I was raised. Okay, so I got. Should I get more dice, you think?
I'd get a new type of dice before I get dice.
That's fair.
To be fair, with what you have right now, you have 590. Could get a pig. And
I could get the license.
Yeah.
I could get the license. I couldn't afford the pig.
But the pig was less.
The pig is $500 to unlock the license. The pigs are $45 a piece.
You could get a pig after that. 500.
It's a box of pigs.
You could get 2 pigs.
No, I'm saying
You could get 2 boxes.
you were bad. No, I'm not saying the box is 45.
Oh.
I'm saying I was selling the pigs for $45 a piece.
Oh, I see. My bad.
The box of 8 pigs kind of cost a little bit.
The pigs is going to be like 200. What's up?
When was the last time I went to a con? A long time ago.
I'm afraid so.
I can't afford it. I don't have products. Oh.
We have some.
Something I need.
Yeah, we need a whole injection of money to be able to.
I need to be able to live, and then we can talk.
We thrive to a con.
Shit's rough. Like, I don't even have my bills paid, man. Just trying to live here.
We are.
I'm on here because today has been a day, and I'm just like, well, this at least helps me towards monetizing my Twitch. Get that 25 followers, so I'm getting my lovely revenue. Right now, it's like $5 in there, but that's more than I thought I'd have. So it's a start.
Good.
It'd be better. It's just things been really chaotic right now.
Oh yeah, we've been taking it well.
Doing my best amidst all the bullshit. It's just, there's a lot of bullshit.
Diddy. Ooh.
I miss cons. I miss going places, to be honest.
I wish I could help with that.
No one can help with that but her, and she's doing
Working
it.
She's
doing
awesome.
what she can.
Yeah.
It's like being alone, and when she can't take care of herself, I can't exactly leave her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Gotta help. Happy wife, happy life. Put that all in the bottom.
Think?
Go right underneath it, yeah.
Like right down here beneath the boosters, maybe?
No, underneath itself.
Well, like, you buy the cards, and there's the things.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, I like that. I like
That's what I was thinking. Like, that's why it's right next to them.
No, yeah, you clever. Then it's cards, deodorant, or boxes of deodorant, and then it's cards, and don't forget the.
I'm sure there's more than one flavor of deodorant. That way I could mix it up. You know?
Oh, nice. Oh, everybody gone.
Fuck off.
Hey.
That one deserves to be
Whatever.
fucking lobbed across the room.
Whatever.
Whatever, we made money today.
Thank you.
There's two of those where I couldn't afford their card, but whatever. Oh.
So,
Oh.
see, that tells you the play hours, but that doesn't tell you how much money you made from it.
Game earning.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, smart. Game earning's good.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Like, you buy 3 tables, you're earning a table every day.
Right. I'm just kind of reading through. It's the matter of space for. I get you. I'm learning a lot from this. Stuck. Jacket. Beautiful though. 75. Ooh, 680. 100. No, 220 was 700. You can get away with it because it was 715.
You think?
Give it a shot. If it doesn't work for a bit, you can easily lower it. Next
You're
time,
right.
check
You're
it.
right.
Mid. Yeah.
That button more. Down. Okay. Those were more expensive than the demo. I'm just not getting good market looking on that.
See?
Steady.
The green must have been when you got it.
Green is upwards changes.
Oh, I see you.
It's like today this one got worth a lot more.
Yeah.
Wonder if my prices affect market price.
Well, I know your card players do. Something about that just kind of moves it. I think there's a whole ocean of movement there that you're not doing. Yeah. What the hell?
My dumb pad. I hate number 1.
What's up?
Mom.
Thinking about tomorrow. Care if I read it?
I don't give a shit. Just don't read it out loud on here. If I need to beat the mic, let me know.
No, it'll be fine.
Ooh, this one went down.
She's just asking how you doing.
Trying to get better at my diet.
Tired day.
One hasn't changed. This one has gone up a little bit. So 24 is still fine. Okay. This one's gone down, but not today. Just clicking outside this worked. I don't know. Something up.
Woo! Woo! Okay, go up.
350 might already be what I was charging for. Damn. These have also gone up. So 250 is also a good price. Boom, boom, boom. All right. I need to. Oh, there we go. I can open multiple different things. Okay, grab 2 of each. Let's go. See if we can make any of this happen today before I open. I already felt that card shelf is something, and I don't have much. I see you out there, you jealous hoes. Not great luck in the rare packs today, but we did get that one god pack, so it does pay for itself once in a
It
while.
does. Those $70 things when they pop.
No, the new things they have. Remember we looked at it last night?
It's here.
Open. Let's go. I'm gonna put this one. The reason I brought up the convention stuff is because, as an old idiom, people like round numbers when buying things, especially in situations where you're carrying around cash.
Yeah, if I see
Not that many people carry around cash anymore, but
if I see $1, I'll pay $1. Here's $1. I'll just get a button. If I see $5, I'm fine. But if I see $2.75, I don't want to worry about coins, especially if I'm in costume.
guys, we set some shit out. I have it.
How do you spell what's that stuff called? Smegma.
Please don't text my mother the word smegma. I don't want to explain that to her. Come on, man. Hello.
I'm an agent of chaos. I wouldn't light a fire indiscriminately, but I do like serving out a little bit of karma.
What kind of karma is that?
That would be bad karma, which is why I didn't send it to her. She doesn't earn it. If she was a big fat jerk, I'd have to.
Two dice. No one playing.
Not particularly.
Two dice.
You were all filled up yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's early.
I wonder if it's a weekend thing.
No, it's not exactly a set day of the week here.
No, because it's just day 8.
We need something that's bottom shelf is what we need.
Yeah. What do you got? Ooh, 540. Telling you. Do the pig. It's overdue.
No? I think we might do the pig.
I think so. Go
We're
plushies.
skimming what else we got. We got
More
the
dice.
dice. We can get the boxes though.
Ooh. Oh, you can do both.
Well,
License for box and a box for
let
100.
me order the box first.
Yeah. Pick the pig.
And I needed blue dice.
Oh, you did.
Shit.
You did. You buy.
Blue dice.
Yeah, you need a box of that.
Yep, I know.
I don't know what it is about blue dice. They sell so good.
Mhm.
Red dice are fine, but
So I need blue dice.
I don't mind what color my dice is. A collection of all of them. But I usually DM, so they're not that particular to me.
Mhm.
Mostly it's decision
Okay, we
making.
got the box. We got the dice.
Selling a plushie.
You know, but it's 500. Then I have to have enough to order it, and it
I think
doesn't
you
tell
do.
me how it. I don't think I do.
I think you do. You have 607. I think you do. Happy pig. I'm so pleased. Oh. What'd you do?
I had to get rid of everything else. That total did not include what was in my cart, Chris.
Oh, that's terrible. I hate it. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I just absolutely forgot what I hate this kind of UI. Alright, here.
Yes. Cheers. Okay.
Much lower than it was last night. Market fluctuates. I think everyone's just a little different.
All excited to spell.
What were you excited to spell? Confused.
Smegma.
Oh, schmegma. Oh. Well, that scroll bar's in a weird spot on my end, and it could have been mistaken as I was all excited to smell, and I was really worried for a second.
Oh, you're at the blue dice.
Mm-hmm. Really expensive. Sales to now.
Ooh, $9.
Better than that, please. There we go.
Oh, jeez. It's rock proof. I do it a lot. I like these because they're tough and they don't tend to have plastic break. Ouch.
I don't have it.
Sorry, bub.
I spent it all on these pigs. Would you like some fucking pigs?
Sorry.
Yeah, they are cute. No one's buying them. Uh-huh. I needed to restock. You're like, no, you can do it. You didn't listen to me. You didn't fucking listen to me.
I'm sorry.
You're just like, I'm shit at math. You can do it. I'm doing the math.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you can do it. No, you can do it. Like, Chris.
Because.
Oh,
Oh, hey.
collected
got
100
yeah.
cards.
I wonder how many cards you've sold. Individuals. Yeah. Get that coin. I'll look to it. Sleeves? Hey. Card safe, everyone.
Sleeves are good. Okay.
Sleeves. Oh, nice. Yeah. All right.
I'm underwhelmed. Check it.
They have the little stickers with the actual prices on it, don't they? Like, you know,
So.
yeah. You have to click and be like, crouch.
Blue dice. We need blue dice. No, I wanted to get. They're cheap. Back in it.
Woohoo!
This is a virtue that we know nothing about.
You work.
So I can't just put them on there.
Yeah. That's why it's the cheap shelf. If you put it on the other one, you could.
Probably not.
I don't know.
Be simple. Be organizing now. And we're getting there.
You can't open a box, can you?
What do you mean? No.
Yeah.
At least not last night.
No, like you couldn't open one of these. What about the red box?
Oh, never mind.
Oh!
We can actually.
Uh-oh.
Not bad.
Okay, okay. That was exciting. Oh, yeah, done. Is dude. I'll give you 25 cents. Price is 30.
Thank you very much.
And those that left.
Not many.
I've been doing great. Tons of time.
I need right now.
What are you guys in unit? Because you get cards out of that. Would it be cheaper to buy a box and then like use that to stock these cards?
Let's look. Oh, here. Let's do this.
Oh, it does.
152 for one of those. 14 for one of those. So
there's a unit price when you buy them. Look at that.
dude.
Okay, I'm sorry. 162 versus 14.
Because you're buying the box of this.
Which is a box.
A box is 14. That's what I just told you.
Yeah. So
it's like if there's 8 packs in there, it's 8 plus 4, 12. So
yeah.
12. This is cheaper.
Yeah.
Buying 12 of these is cheaper.
Yeah, it is. The box can sell for more. I see.
Because you're getting the box.
Right. Okay. Can you open a red box? That'd be even.
I don't have a red. Oh, you mean these? These are just to hold things.
No. Oh, it's a deck box. I thought it was. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I see. I get the picture. I know things. Sometimes. Occasionally. Broken clock is right, you know. Once in a...
It's real shit hands lately.
Yeah. Pretty good money, though. I think you're still kind of in the profit.
I spent a bunch of money on license for pig, yeah.
Yeah.
A whole 500 innately for the day, so.
Fair. Another good day, 8.
Worst days.
Yeah. Dr. 5 Jimmy, get out of the house even for a bit. Oh, nice. Praying for seducing risk. Haven't heard for a while. Big guy.
Eat. Let me just hose you, man. What are you, the fart lord? There. Odd. You nasty? But I got bad news for you. You are not getting a game tonight.
8 minutes. You gave him?
No, not yet. That's like the big thing they're working on.
Yeah.
Sorry, homie, you're just a little too late. You're all too late.
Maybe.
No, they won't come. It's
Oh, because it's past night. Yeah.
Yep. Alright, well, while these fuckers do this, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Oh! Never mind, they're done. I'll do it. Oh.
Ooh. You can get it below market.
Maybe. Painful, but hey.
But
it's there.
Yeah. So having these good cards really does.
Leave the cheap ones add up eventually.
Yeah. Like just having the cards out really do it. It's not big haul, but being able to pull and pay. The guy's still there.
Yeah, no, they'll sit there until you close.
Yeah.
Even if I flip the sign, he's hanging. He's gonna be dissatisfied because no one can play with him.
Can't help you.
Yep. Exactly. Okay. Now I gotta pee.
You pee. Let me hit the. I know I want to hit the stuffs. I was gonna read your stuffs, and I just put the menu, do stuffs.
Oh, okay. Ouch.
Well, it's investment.
Less than $500.
Plus 500. We made back some of the pig cost. So it's
You
something.
gotta sell 6 more.
Uh-huh.
I know, I fucked you royally.
Freaking easy.
I've never.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
There's the stuff you spend points on. No more swearing for a while. Like, oh. All right. I'm having an inkling, but I don't have the money for the inkling yet, so we gotta just go straight into it. Open a pack of each. Start our day right. Sniff that fresh card smell. Hey, Pig Boy, can you bring me soda when you get a chance, please?
That's what I look for.
What you live for? I got a cool mummy. I don't know if he's worth shit, but he's a cool mummy. He's a completely different art style. So mind you, there's always the appeal of Pokemon cards to me, all the different art styles you could see. I was always disappointed it was just something Ken drew for the games. Like, yeah, alright, but, you know. What do we got? Nothing is... Well, they have changed a little bit. Same, though. Okay. Thank you very much. Ooh. Uh-oh, stinky. What? Sure, man. You keep doing you, man. I should check my prices first, all before these people showed up. They're flooding now. But hey. It's all selling for more than I spent on it, so. These have gone up again. $250 is still a solid price, though. Pig plushes. They're stable. Deodorant. Ooh. Oh, 2 solid 15. Done. Oh no. Those plummeted. Hey! I think that's my last one.
Any other pigs?
No. The thing is, this marketplace fluctuates differently than those. So these could be worth more or less as it goes. If they're in a low state, then yeah, it might be better. I don't know. I don't think any of my shit has really moved. No. I haven't checked the individual cards yet. I was eager to earn money so I could do cool shit. Hope I didn't get ripped off anywhere, but you know.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Bummer. He didn't sell for his dumb, stupid amount day. Woo! Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. My card, fuck you. Ooh, my balls.
They hate.
Oh no, I might lose money on that one. Oh, that sucks. Ow.
Does it have paperwork cost anywhere?
Not really that I've seen.
Oh, wait. No, that's about the card.
Uh-huh.
I see.
Sorry, Torbeck's busy having his balls imploded.
Balls imploded. Everyone has taken Torbeck for a ride. The market crashed and Torbeck invested heavily in crypto. He knew it was bad, but he did it anyway.
Of customers.
Yeah, that's good.
That is good. A cash register.
Man, you don't have...
Just
Okay.
give them a 20. Just fuck it. It's 50 cents. Oh. You know what? If they do that next time... Just...
I'm an accountant. I'm an accountant.
A pig!
Right.
Yay!
What, you gonna show me the pig?
Second pig. Oh.
Did you take 40? Nice. Sorry, sometimes the market price can just implode, you see.
It could absolutely
I'm
crash.
feeling that a lot today.
But to be fair, tomorrow it could absolutely skyrocket.
A lot of things could happen.
Two things can be true. Check it out. Check it out. Nope.
I'll check somebody out.
Okay.
Nice head.
Can't
Decide if I really want.
I don't. Is it what?
Well, you bought like 80 of it, so I guess you must have wanted it a little bit. Can't decide if I really want the 7th pack.
Taking an arm and just pulling it all off the shelf into his bag.
Red dye, and I need deodorant. Red dye and deodorant. Red dye and deodorant. Deodorant.
You have another knife for that big pack. You're almost there. That'll be good.
Red dye. Save that for now. We got customer.
Hey, lady. You buying some? Maybe?
What you bringing up? Got lots of stuff to figure out. I'm losing my mind. Go play. Or just look and leave. Did you steal something? I know where you sleep. Ah! Oh no! Oh no! Excuse me, I don't want this collateral damage. Oh! You and your fucking stank hoodie. Get out of here.
Back on the shelf. Ooh! Ooh!
Thank you. You just made my day.
Hey, Stink Guy, what are you selling?
All right.
80? Yep.
Nice.
All right, that was pretty damn good. It's been a while since I've seen 1,000 board. That's savory.
And he bought shit. Man.
Wow, nice guy. All right, for a stinky guy, you're doing good.
You're welcome
Oh, you
for
know
the
what?
free bath.
All right, so his shower broke, and he came here knowing we'd be let open.
I heard there's a neighborhood vigilante.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Spraying things left and right.
Okay, so I need red dye, or a different dye.
Oh no, you bought. Oops, you bought red dye, and they're outside.
Yeah?
Yeah. You
No,
did.
I haven't ordered them yet.
Oh no, you put them in your cart.
I was
That's
considering,
That's
now that
right.
I've got this whole thing, I could get a new kind of dye.
right. I would.
I like the white.
Yes,
We're going to get a white dye. It's going to be awesome. We're going to ditch the red dye for now. Okay? We're doing some thinking. Don't worry about it. All right, Chris, there's your new boyfriend. Go.
All right. I love the guy in glasses. Kissy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes.
How's this doing? Okay, we need a pack of that.
Yeah.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Pretty
It's
bad.
nice that you can stack them all. You got tons of time.
That's too much for that. It's nice, but we're not the
No,
blowing.
actually, you got 1,000. You could probably. pull
I
it off.
know, but I'm not there yet. How's that?
Okay. Bad decision before, so I ain't go pushing.
Mhm.
I'm enthusiastic, but dumb.
Stocking up
Yeah,
on some
hold on.
shit. How's our boxes? They're
I
fine.
don't think you've sold one yet.
I don't think I have either.
Yeah,
That's
no.
depressing. Oh,
Ooh, hey. Boy. Oh, fuck you. Tried 3 fucking 50. Alright.
I can make that profit.
Yeah, you got them wise moves.
There you go.
Yeah, I see you.
I'm working.
No, you're smart. Again, I don't do the numbers well. I try to see what I like as a champion. You do better at better states right now.
That was weird.
Yes. Give me your money.
It just didn't want to work. It was like, you're not actually at the register. Why the other thing? Okay.
That's her buying it. That's the one he just did. Oh my god, that's excellent. Look at your
All right, now we're having a good day.
We're
You guys are going
great,
around. We've got a lot happening.
almost every customer that's bought it.
Okay, we got white dye, we got this, we got that. We don't need those. We're loaded on that. I'm gonna place the order. I think. Oh, shit.
Deodorant. You still got deodorant. You
It's
got
in the.
that.
It's in the bar. It's in the cart. You know there is one. Well, that's a different thing. Okay. Thinking. I don't know what all's available to me right now. I don't have access to any figurines yet. Ooh. That's very expensive, but I can
could
do
afford it right now.
I could. That's what I'm thinking. I could, but I'm
What
up
about
to.
other shelving? You're not quite there yet, but you get ahead of it. Ooh.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Playmat licenses, those are cool, but we can't afford. Oh wait.
Say, yeah. Give it a shot.
Okay, that's a chunk of money, but that's all right. I'm up to some shit.
Good investments. You still have some heavy cards there.
I know. I'm up to some shit.
It is.
Okay, here's the other thing I'm up to. My DIY, this big boy. We'll see.
Yeah, I will. I'm enthusiastic to see.
Oh, can't walk to that? You suck. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be very cute. Just a nice little, like, this is where my pigs go. And, okay, I gotta think of somewhere to put it now. Fine, this works for now. I was gonna put it right by the register, because then I could just, alright, you'll see. You'll see what I was doing.
You see. You'll have time to close. I do like that. It's a good, like, hey, let's put everything together.
Maybe I should put Torbeck on the Wheel of Voices.
Do it.
Here, Liz, you now have a chance of me reading whatever in Torbeck's voice. She'd be like, well, here's my money. She doesn't give me enough of her money, you see.
Here's,
Coming. Sorry, I was restocking my shelf a bit there.
No. Yeah, put your inventory up.
All right. 20,
Nice.
3, 5, 1, 2, 3, and a 50. Have a nice, lovely. Don't walk towards me like that. What the fuck kind of freak are you? And wait.
We got boxes up there.
That's like right here, so they don't freak me out. Jump scares.
Can you still fit through?
Yes.
Excellent.
So I just don't like being startled.
No.
That's all
The
for
guys
me.
are walking straight towards the register. No break.
What is this, a fucking hold up? No. No.
Oh, that's placemats.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
We're getting to that. Oop.
oh, you lovely. Oh! I didn't know you had one of those still. Oh, I thought you went up to or down to.
This is a
70s.
good day.
This is a great day. Date over 9, killing it. Oh, dice and everything. I forgot about the white
Yes.
dice. Oh,
my
yummy.
God.
Yummy
Going to
invites. Yummy.
scream for daddy. Let's set a price on
$20.
these. Done. This is the blue ones. I got room for 2.
Yeah, just what they call it.
Oh. Nope.
Oops.
See what I'm thinking?
Do it.
Do you see my vision?
I see the light.
That's what I was thinking about that second plushie, because I have a plushie rack
I
right
love
by the
this.
front door, and I'm like, ha ha.
That is smart. That is smart.
Okay, and then I can take this. I can put it up here.
Hopefully they start selling. Yeah.
Well, it's like, you know, it's
Yeah.
card shit.
No, it's boxes. I like it.
And I can grab these.
Just kind of hold them.
I can just put them right here in my stink fighting zone.
You have place, but you keep throwing.
Yeah, Q is place, F is throw. It's nice and intuitive.
That's what it does.
All right. If I were smart, actually, let's do this. Because they're all busy. Put these over here.
I'll just skip over.
Have a reason.
Okay, fine. I just your shop. There you go.
And somewhere around here is where I threw that with reckless abandon. Wait.
I did not expect them to look like that. I'm not gonna lie. I saw that and was not expecting tubes.
Well, they're rolled up.
I know it makes perfect sense, but I wasn't expecting it. I saw that and went, "Yep, that's the way that would look." I thought they'd be flat, and nope.
I just saw Lizzo's response to me saying putting Tor back on the.
What'd she say?
Torbeck is into it!
Torbeck thinks it's a great idea.
This is fine. No, it's been a very busy day.
Oh,
I haven't
shoot.
really done anything over here. Partly because I have nothing to do. So, you know what we should? We got this pile over here. Now, are we ready to bless my RNG, please? We're doing it. Start blessing. Start blessing. That's something.
Yeah.
Bless me. Bang,
Oh,
chance.
you opened 100 card packs.
Nice.
They doing it for you.
That was something.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay, they're all hollow. I think that's another like dog pack
That's got it
situation.
because every one of them was
Nice. This. Yeah. Oh, see, and then Liz posted cool cats. That's the secret. You guys just got to post and I get the good shit.
We
You
get
see?
that good. We get that good shit.
See, that's
We
the
get that
secret.
good deed.
I don't have my own luck. You got to post cool cats and stuff, and then
Yeah.
boom, we're golden.
Yeah, this is just regular Poland by Sera right now. Sorry.
Yep.
We need that charge.
Need the charge. You want my luck? Don't take me to Vegas. I suck ass.
Take you to Vegas, have you stand by the other people playing.
Take me to Vegas if you want your casino to make money. Oh, this one's pretty good. There we go. Yeah. Oh, see, let's post it again.
Go.
See, I'm not kidding. Yeah, she's posting popcorn now, and it might be a little late there. I don't think I might be my last one. I don't know. Let's see if your popcorn paid off.
Oh.
You know, maybe there's only so much luck in one person. Maybe that's the problem.
Hey, you never know what you could pull.
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
Still pretty good. I mean,
Pretty good, considering I only got one person cheering for me. Yeah.
They are still playing cards too.
Yeah, they're busy. You know, they're doing their own thing. You keep doing your thing, man.
You keep doing your own thing, man.
Well, there you go. Strong bad boys.
Am I even good at it?
Worth a shot. Do a strong set.
You can't do it.
That is strong mad.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry.
I can't do strong mad. You can do strong
I can
mad.
do strong bad. I guess we could do strong set.
Holy shit! That was like perfect.
I know. It's not too terrible.
Oh.
She's getting a card. That was originated back in ancient Greece.
Oh my god. Oh no. That's frightening. That's concerning. I didn't know you had this in you.
I'm a master of many skills, trained in ancient ways. Oh, man.
Shit, that's good. That's so on point. Oh my god. Did you know you had it in you?
Not so well, but I'm happy to appoint.
Enough it made me go, fuck?
You jump back. I'm like, oh, that's react.
Damn.
I knew I had strong mad. I didn't know I had set.
Oh yeah, your strong mad's pretty good. Your strong sad is freakishly perfect. Like, wow.
Wow.
Pretty good.
All right. You freak of nature. Let's go. That was level 9. Ooh.
Level 9, you get to unlock something, but I forget what. It was something that was.
I'm so behind on unlocks right now. That's a profit. That's what we're talking about. Look at that upgrade costs and supply costs. Still made money.
That's good.
That's a good day. That's what we need. We just need that one whale to show up and hook me up. You know, it's just one guy. Like, yeah, I'll buy shit.
La 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 la.
Start prepping our
Red
next
cards.
order. Not doing it right now.
No,
I'm
no,
prepping
but
it.
prepping is very smart. I hadn't thought of just putting it in the cart and holding it.
Stable.
Done. That's cool.
Stable.
Stable.
Again, a little arrow up or down for the day.
I think that's what that would be for you. Like, if it was just here, though.
Just a little, this is your history.
Like, that extra click does tell it to you, but it shouldn't be,
It's like 2 extra clicks every time.
Yeah.
And you're doing a lot of it.
And it's... I really wish it told you what you paid for it. I guess that's part of the game.
It could vary a lot, is the problem. If you get a bunch of the same one or something.
Yeah.
It's a lot of extra data to save, and it's already kind of a fat game in that sense.
Hey, I like what we got.
Oh, whatever. Alright, you. Stable. I could just look back, yeah, that's fine. But I like the track if it's like gone up or down.
Especially since it's not a bit.
Especially since they seem a little more fickle than I remember.
Ouch.
That might be my problem. No?
That you must have gotten it after the fall.
You know what?
Okay.
Buy my deck boxes.
Please.
Polish my dick.
I'll polish whatever you need. A little bit of elbow grease to the body, good.
These have been dropping lately.
Yeah, ebbs and flows. See, I thought your card tables could affect those prices.
Yes, if I do different events.
Well, see, I thought what you had right now was doing it.
I don't think I have one actually set.
No, I think your default does something. See?
I haven't confirmed an event.
Oh, I thought you were doing that though.
And already
This is your current
price might
event.
increase.
Random pack might decrease. So essentially, your prices might shift when you do that.
Right.
So that's what's caused. It might go up and it might go down.
I'm hoping this.
Yeah, it's essentially the neutral. I get you.
Hi.
You gotta sell 3 more piggies.
Do a lot of things. Why?
Then you'll break even on the piggies and I'll feel less bad.
Then I'll stop hating myself.
Then I'll stop having to hurt myself.
Really like 4 stars. God, that's unique. I love this store 4. Like, oh, you're one of those people.
Yes. One more piggy. So 1 more piggy and then you will.
But listen, nothing's actually perfect. That's reserved. Like, excuse me. No.
Whoops.
Beat him with a stick. Just beat him.
It's so weird that your can. Yeah.
I finally almost used one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, mind you, you've been vigilanting through the whole deck.
The whole town.
What dice is that? Blue?
That's
White.
blue.
That's
the things. This is white.
Bucks then?
This here is.
Oh no, that's your cards. Oh hey, what you want?
Hello. Market price. Oh, he wants to trade.
No.
No. A huge loss for me. Cool that it's an option.
Neat. Like, I would have bought your card.
I would have bought it. I'm not gonna trade it.
It's the big. Oh my man. Look at that sale and everything. My man. Jesus. Do it.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, I hate you.
How can you ask for something I don't have?
Such a bitch. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
Sad Hulk music starts playing and I just walk the fuck away. Motherfucker, I got all excited. You just pee-pooped on my day.
All sorts of whistle making on me.
Oh, dude, why would you fucking hurt a bitch?
Hit the floor.
I got lots of stuff. Look at
A
that.
big statue for it. Oh, hey, what you
You
buying?
bought some stuff, yeah. Cards I have. Fucking.
Hey, I'll trade you this cool.
Ouch, my soul. Walter White likes your fucking plushies.
Damn straight, you're gonna have to buy more.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Make good money,
Like,
though.
add him to the fucking, no. Figurine, some of these, boom, okay, can I get any, oh, well, no, outside my budget.
Yeah.
Never
Not
mind
just
this number.
yet. You're at essentially 500 right now.
Yeah, that's what's up. Hi.
Piggy, piggy, piggy.
Hey, sold one of those.
Piggy, 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 piggy.
Is he plays, is he gonna use it? Hey, cool.
That's excellent. They're using the mats.
Neat. I mean, I've only sold one and they're all, okay, whatever. But,
Well, maybe some of them saw them and thought this would be a great idea to have. I think having the pigs at the front there, all your plushies, that's a really good sell point. Plus, it stops them from getting to the counter. Sticky guy.
oh no, he's amidst the crowd. That's the worst place for a stinky guy.
Wait, they're clearing out. He's happy. Oh, shit. Put the box down. There. What are you selling? Beep, 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 beep. That's not bad.
120. That,
Yeah.
that is pretty good.
Try 115.
Oh yeah, you're right. What about 110?
Ooh. Okay, take it.
All right.
Because you were doing 120.
Fuck it.
Excellent.
That's a good one.
That was good.
He already below market price and he knows it. I'm like, all right. Man knows what he's doing. I'm not gonna try to. All right.
Hey, my man, you're making it so I can buy some plushies now.
Your only concern. You want a Beanie Baby store. That's what you want.
My card shop's going to look very different than yours. One rack with just basic bitch cards surrounded by plushies. Negative $8,000.
Oh, it's gone up.
Excuse you.
Excuse me.
You gotta be more ladylike. You gotta say God and up your burps all easily.
I'm so sorry. I made a bubble out of my tum-tum.
I queefed.
We come, we fight.
That's me. You want to see what I'm capable of? I'm capable of being weird. I think if they're on a really good deal, this is a good one. When the unit price goes down,
Yeah,
that might be the way to go.
it's just hard to catch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to watch this shit.
There's a lot of restraint.
I'm hitting the point where I do need to make this order happen, so I'm going to go ahead and do it.
We should.
I'm trying to set some
No,
stuff.
yeah, you good. This is up.
Imagine if I had more shelves.
You can actually buy one now.
Yeah,
I would.
thinking about it. But
You
for
should.
now,
You-
I mean, I'm doing it right. I'm
No,
just,
no, you're doing good. I'm just saying.
pigs are adding up, man. Pigs are adding up.
Pigs. Yeah. And I'm wearing my pig shirt. I'm happy.
All right, we got.
I
We
like
got
laughing.
it's already to find a reference for people for the old lexicon.
Oh,
I like laughing.
I like laughing.
What else is Heavenly Sword good for? No, it was fine.
I like laughing. It was fine. Played through it once. Would I do it again? Like if they put it on Steam, I might just for the lull of it. It might be.
A lot of their stuff's on Steam. It's on fucking Netflix as a movie you can watch.
Sword.
Yeah. Last I knew, anyway. It might not be there anymore.
No, but
And
put your video game on.
I mean, again, they have the stinking Minecraft.
Oh, they do,
story
where
mode.
you have to like play the game, but you make decisions about them.
They have those choose your own adventure things to Netflix at some point. I'm sure they've gone great. And there's a million of them now.
You see the one where on Netflix,
And
it's like a cat burglar, and you have to answer questions. Otherwise, you're a security dog, and there's a cat burglar, like classic rubber cartoon, Tom and Jerry style.
Okay.
You have to answer quiz questions, otherwise he'll break in and like steal stuff from the museum you're guarding.
Okay.
So every once in a while, he's like pole vaulting over, and you got to make it so he succeeds. You're the cat, actually. I don't remember, but it's on Netflix. It's like cat burglar. The whole point is, yeah, it must be you're the cat trying to steal. Now you say something smart.
Spagortle Bortle.
Hey, it beats me.
I don't know about that. I said Spagortle Bortle, for fuck's sake. Okay, yeah, perfect. Thank you. That's what I wanted.
I like your glue box, the way that they stay even when upside down. You really
Yeah, they
should.
can't stay on the ground, but
Yee. You shh. But. That's a pretty good price. Buy.
I should what, Crits?
Buy a shelf.
I know, but I don't even have this one full yet. There's 2 spots open.
That is true.
Like I could expand how much of one thing I have out at a time, but
Oh yeah, I guess.
not really there right now. At this point, I'm just like, hey, I'm fairly stable. Cards.
That's good.
Fuck me. All right. 'Cause I have nothing to put out.
Let's
This
say
one's gone up.
buy like a whole box of rare and just open every single rare.
Rare's really expensive.
Yeah,
though.
but if the payback hits, it'll hit real good in a box of cards.
I know. I'm just at the moment. I'm just doing what I'm doing.
You do you. Again, You have much less plushies than I would, and much more money. See how your store is not on fire? Sneaky guy.
Where?
Oh, he left. He left. Okay, my bad. My bad.
Where? Where?
No. Okay, I lied. I lied.
Spray the screen just to hit you.
I deserve this.
Just knocked everything over in the store.
In a panic.
Speaking of,
Hey,
you know,
14.50.
that's not bad. What if I just do a solid 14? Thanks. Perfect. Works for me. Have a nice
Put
day.
that right over here and add a nice $5 price tag to it. $4.50. $3.50. Yeah. That's
Solid 4. I like numbers. Okay, I'm gonna do one
Oh,
of
you got a
these.
card.
Yeah, he did.
These cards really are like, you know,
They're the bread and butter. I mean, you saw the screenshots in the news and Steam. Like, it's all about just having walls of these things in the end.
yeah.
So,
The hardest to maintain. Oh, you sell yourself. But, Jesus, that's 200. Whoa.
what you got, homie? Customer is selling a
Ooh.
pretty damn decent. Oh, it's the card. Yeah,
Yeah.
below market price. Will you take a solid 110?
Dude.
Nice.
All right. You probably could have scammed into 100.
Probably, but I'm tired of. I know if you get too low, because I saw the grumps do it, they will just walk
Yeah,
away.
oh, yeah.
They're like, oh, and they won't even answer you. They're just gone, like insulted. All right. Hello. Oh boy, that's a scary. Ah! What you got, homie? Anything? No, you're just gonna go play.
Play.
All right, that's fine. You know, that's fine.
Well, let me see some more cards. Oh, you need the stuff.
Yep. I'm looking.
Yeah, you're good.
What? Oh, that's weird.
Simple. Up to your nose, we're gonna get your balls. I wanna fill your holes
Ew.
with.
Slightly less you. Need its tongue. Like, come on.
Yeah. I mean, a tongue can explore.
It's
Like,
just a taste. That's just a little like prelude.
it's one of those like you use all your senses in something and take. Yeah.
You would like to sell.
Oh, fuck you.
You know, I could probably make 5 work if you're willing.
Oops. That's weird. You can't catch it on the other side.
You can sometime. May or may not pay off for me, but hey. Walter White again with the pig. Are you making meth out of them? Like, what do you do? Okay.
It's a good price.
It just keeps
We're
coming.
making
Getting
orange
more.
meth. Using them as dog toys.
I mean, you would. Train them to kill your guy in the back. Do that in a nice Kronk voice, you'd be in business.
Training them to do that in the back.
That
Kronk's
guy in the back.
He's got such a casual go. Going
Yeah.
raw.
Alright, what do you got?
Boys. Cusco's boys and Rectable. You could probably make 950 work. Oh, you could probably make 10.
I'm gonna try yours, see what he does. Alright. Hi, bud. You're.
OL.
I'm not a cop!
He's blind and doesn't know nobody's there.
Oh.
Came here for a cup of soup. What's up?
Oh, I feel sad now. You made it sad. Alright. Could you go play a game with that guy? I'll wait. It's fine. It's just my soul has been crushed by this whole situation. And he doesn't know, and they haven't implemented me being able to play with him yet, or I just end the night that way. But
Hey, you got a big one too. You got your red
go,
box.
go. Oh.
Past night. He was going to, but it's late.
Yeah.
Good boy stuck. Stuck it. Ooh, mix it.
All right, time to chant. Are we ready to chant? Start your chanting. It's RNG's time. Here we go.
Meh, 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 meh,
We got no one in those channels. 4 viewers and they're all quiet right now. Oh, there goes Liz. There goes Liz. She's spamming emotes. She's got shit going. Let's see what happens. There's a 319 in there. There's 319. She might got a little something. That's not a bad pack. It's not a bad pack.
Not a bad pack.
There's a couple gold. There's silver.
Let me choose.
All right. Oh, got a gold there. Got a gold there. I don't know what that is, but I assume it's just piles of money, even though I think it's words. Swing. It's just swing or something.
Oh, 375.
All right. This is how you get your chat going. Yeah. Well, they grade me on that. You know, we got like a evaluation of how much we're spending on our chat, or not spending, convincing our chat. Oh, dancing skeletons. Come on, for the dancing skeletons. Let's go. Give me a good one. We got dancing skeletons. You tell me you don't have a single skeleton in here? Come on. Come on. It's mocking us. Come on.
It really is.
Come on.
That good run.
Oh, that was rainbow. That's something. That's pretty. There's a couple pretty ones.
42. All right.
Okay. That's skeleton adjacent over there.
It's still cute.
Okay. You know what? Blind guy's still just like, man.
He's just hanging out. He's like, the other guy's taking his turn. He's taking a long time.
Yeah, that sucks. Just walked away. Like the game was over.
I have gold. Okay.
Okay, we got cards out. We're doing okay.
You are all stuffed up.
You know what? Liz had sent a lot of emotes. I'm gonna do one more of each. It's gotta work, right? There's so many emotes.
Frankly, I'd burn that whole box of gold.
I know you would, but I'm trying to be long-term thinking.
Yeah, I get you.
Besides, I got this plushie rack, and I'm so close. I have enough for the license.
Ooh.
You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? Like, and we could get these, I guess. Get card boxes.
No, I want the plushie first.
I know. Like, I'm already selling those. Like,
yeah, but then 2 plushie. What?
No, I'm looking at other ones you can get down the line.
Yeah. We're 25 minutes.
What is it up here with? Woo! Oh, it's just decks.
Ooh, full size. Yeah. Like a pre-build.
Yeah. Apparently, just decks. The starting thing everyone wants is for advanced players
water,
only.
Earth and fire. Pretty cool.
Level 10 required. I can get Tetramon sleeves specifically. I also unlocked the first thing on the other one. Level 14, we can get these cool ass card sleeves. We get more box. We're not selling boxes.
We sold a box as far as I've told, but not a lot.
It's really not going well.
It's good profit when you sell a box, but they're very rare. Get your mats, I like those.
Yeah, we got mats. The books are cool.
Books are extremely cool. Full
comics.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can read them.
Oh, I wonder, that'd be excellent.
That'd be super cool. Art by Cheka.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
That's very cool.
This is also kind of cool.
I like
I'd rather have it as a figure, but what we're going for. There's 10 fucking issues of this thing. 11, 12. Damn. But this is the next one I want because it's a plushie. I mean, the bat's cuter. The star's fine. Well, I don't have enough to order it yet.
Yeah, but if you just get the license,
Yeah, but I want my number to look good today. It makes me horny.
all right. Then let's go plop.
Here's what I'm gonna do though.
Ooh, that's 500.
Those are expensive.
Yeah.
Walls are also pretty expensive to customize. It's like I got nothing else going on. But no, it's not customized.
Ooh, go for poster. Oh, pretty alright.
I'm trying to think promo. Like I'm trying to advertise what I got. This is pretty advertising. Let's do that. We got lots of pages.
Oh, those get some more
on sale.
How do you tell?
That's what it says. Poster on sale.
Oh, I see. That's tiny.
You're selling that it's on sale.
But it's 300.
We're selling these.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're saying. We have these here. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
What's with the guy?
I don't know what's with the guy. I'm gonna assume it's a streamer or something. Oh, these are cool. They're expensive, but they're like I'd use these. These are neat.
Those are very neat. I like those.
Oh, there's the dark ones. Fuck yeah, yeah.
Get me jumping.
There we go. Just Tetramon.
Tetramon.
That's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Just one of the card. What is that? The anime? Oh no, it's just the idle card. Yeah, there you go, Chris. 500? I swear, for fuck's sake. Okay, chill the fuck out. This one's cool. I don't know if it's $1,000 cool. These are so expensive, but those are just things. Yeah.
Oh, but right there, the big pig statue. Put that right in front of the door.
You can put them
Come in,
outside,
they
yeah.
gotta walk away.
Look, this little guy. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Hey, look. Fuck you, Pokemon. We got 4 evolutions. Damn right.
They do.
Oh, this one's
Big
cool.
guys.
There's some really cool ones.
This
Oh,
one's
look
really
how shiny he is. 20
What?
grand. Oh, no. Oh, no. These are the shiny ones. Especially you. Grizzaw and... Oh, stand or no stand.
Yeah.
The stand makes it a little more expensive.
$500 first.
Oh.
Enter, 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 exit.
Do I want to put a sign? This is where to come in. I kind of do.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I say do it. Do the dark one. Do exit, exit,
Arrow
exit,
sign.
arrow. Just a bunch of arrow signs pointing to each other.
Oh,
Pretty plans. I like that.
something to offset the stink.
I
don't think what's most. I like this one.
like that a lot. Yeah, yeah, I do it.
Okay, there. We spent some money on decoration. I'm
Okay.
a bad girl and I bought shit.
Bye.
Oh, it's in an inventory.
Oh, place it.
I think it's they said C. Hmm.
You have a lot.
This is arranged really shitty because these all say 0. Where's the one I bought? Did I not buy one of these? I thought I bought
There
one
you
of
go.
these.
Middle, level, left.
Oh, gee, fucking Christmas. Yes, I can rotate it random directions. You're
Make it
right.
upside down. Ooh, you can go there. You can go there. There's a lot of good places for it. I like that. Okay. That's
Okay.
looking good.
I don't know why I have to have a full inventory of shit I don't have, but hey, whatever. It's cool.
Wish there was a filter here. I think there would be.
I'm just all the way at the end. Okay, here we go. Here we
You
go.
get the plant and the sign.
I know.
I know you do.
I put this right here. Okay, what goes this
It's a
on?
good plant.
It's a good plant.
I like a good plant.
It's a
Look at
good
that.
plant. It's
Oh,
doing a
you
good
good
plant
plant.
job. It's my plant.
It's a good plant.
And then I have
Right.
the I fucked up. If I do this, what does it say on the other side? Oh. Oh shit. Wait, I can make this work. There we go. I did it. I salvaged the situation. And I only want to throw myself off a small bridge.
Fucked up. It's upside down.
He's just like, yeah, I have no idea what you're doing, but the plant smells nice.
It smells slightly less like my thoughts in here.
Because I spent like 300 or something on decor at the end there. How we do? Yeah, that seems about right.
Oh, he left. All right. Where are you at? Have you stocked everything? I think so.
No!
Ready. Your can's empty. Right. Goodbye, yes. Goodbye, yes.
It served me well.
It served me
Nothing has changed.
You look at the
Nothing has changed. I mean, kind of. I think there's a phone app for that, but then you gotta remember
windows.
bills paid. You can recruit. Oh, not yet. Level 10, we get this
level 10.
shitty guy.
You can get a
He looks a little less creepy than in the demo. He looks a little less like a serial. Not serial killer. There's still some serial killer there. Mind you, next guy, him got some nostrils going on that portrait. God damn. Hire me because I play and know a lot about TCG. Do I get card packs as bonus at end of month? I worked in another shop for a few months and gained experience. Just finished art school, so I have time to
normally, but checks out slow.
And
they
he
have the
restocks slow, but checks out normal. So they want you checking out early on.
script.
And he also
Oh,
costs
the
3 times as
levels,
much.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, he's fast and normal.
Restock high.
Slow and very fast. You want to check her?
He's a math addict, so he's very good at checkout. $400 a day. This guy's in a suit. You look like you just came out of high school. You look like you just came out of prison. The no eyebrows is really doing it.
Really,
The expressionless dead on. This guy's not much better.
I woke up, got out of bed. What? Oh yeah, picture for
Like this is just like high schoolers. Guy who's a little too enthused on LinkedIn and mug shots. She's okay. Mug shot for Dave from Homestuck. Mug shot for a weed dealer. I don't fucking know. Like they are such varied of quality. This guy actually scares me the most. The bald dude. I don't know why. It's the raised eyebrows.
That all of his hair ran away from his head.
I was just saying the raised. I like. Like no, I'd rather go with these guys. Like these guys look like they want to shove me in a bag different ways because they both forgot how to not on account of being recently arrested. Yeah, this one looks like a mugshot. Again, this looks like just Dave from Homestuck. Not sure why my friends keep calling me the Red Comet. They say I move 3 times faster. Maybe they're just slow. $700 a day, but he can do everything. Oh, here it is. This tells you what's gone. 10 cents, 62. So the boxes went up. I don't have to look down that far.
Oh shoot! But it really does.
You have to remember it.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of helpful, but for like generic cards.
Yeah. No.
Good luck, asshole.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's just easier to do this. Just trying to get over the fact that every adult male in there looked like they just got out of prison. All the kids was fine. The like 1 or 2 girls looked fine, but all the adult men are just like, or like, I want to be Jeff Bezos. I'm like, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I'd rather go for the guys that look like they just spent their time than the guy that looks like he's trying to get hired by Jeff. All right. Okay. A huge difference, but it's something.
Every little bit at this point. Yeah.
Autopilot. Sometimes it's just faster. It's like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it is just faster for me.
It is. If you're just doing...
I can do the math in my head real easy.
Yeah. Usually, if it goes up or down, yeah.
It just feels like a waste when you don't change. Oh my god.
But yeah, I fully agree. 25.
Fuck you. Sure. I just haven't been selling it all.
They sold.
Yeah, I'm just not selling them.
Not very. Maybe if you make them like closer to that, like add 25 cents to 10% market, you know, barely get any profit for them. See if that makes them sell. If it sells too fast, like make it 17.50.
I'll put it back to where it was, the 1850.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
I don't even know, man. They just
don't know.
don't sell.
Maybe it's just one of those things that doesn't much. I don't know. It feels like there's a whole mechanic behind the game we have yet to chew on.
They did much better on the demo, and now I know what to buy them. Okay.
Ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
Excellent.
mean, it makes sense to put these by those, I would admit. If I scooch some shit around, put the rares down, I don't know. I have room to reorganize.
You
But
do.
for now, I think we're good to start our day.
Hey, a lot of people outside. Yeah. Oh, hey. You get behind the counter. You got customers. I'm coming.
No, my prices are quite solid.
Yeah, they are.
Not extorting. I'm just greedy.
In this day and age, who isn't?
Inflation, and now I'm in charge of it.
Who did?
No.
Fucking 19 cents there.
I'm not. Hello.
Wait, oh.
Can I help you?
Hey, I want to buy these things. I will do it for you.
But I'm sorry. There's a trash can outside. You can use it. They patched that in recently. You can throw out cards.
Oh.
If they're just absolute junk, you can't just toss them.
That's excellent. A 19-cent card.
It's 19 cents!
It's 19 cents. Like, what am I supposed to do with that?
It cost more to print! No! Guys.
All right, take your stock and buy yourself another.
Guys. Wait a minute.
Nothing.
You said buy another dog.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You have like 500 money. You should buy something with it.
Some of the shit costs tens of thousands.
It does. It does.
So, Mage Event is still going fine. Try to change this.
Yeah.
Offer for $50 a gay.
Okay.
I can do $8 an hour. Common pack and card price might increase, but the others get
But
cheaper.
rare will get.
So early on, that would have been good to do, and now it's kind of weird.
That's not terrible now.
Yeah, but it's still the rare ones get worse.
Yeah, it does.
I paid more for them.
Yeah.
But early on, when all I had was common, that would have been a smart move.
Hey, I'm learning.
Yep.
Oh.
Hard table, single-sided shelf, cabinet. Oh, that's an upgraded cabinet. Oh, kind of. It's one extra slot, twice the price. I don't know how I feel about that. These are fun. The auto scent, fuck you, Stinky. Small personal shelf. What should I even do with that?
I don't know. I wonder if you can craft stuff.
I wonder if it'll give me new gold at some point. That'd be nice.
Oh.
Hey, nothing worth a shit. Amigo. Love that mummy. Actually, like, that mummy's so cool.
That's very cool. Very, very cool.
You know, projector or something now, where
Yeah,
you can
there's
just
a gem
project the
coming in the
mummy.
center really kicks it up.
Just put him up on the wall. What's that? That's my mummy.
Yeah, that's my mummy. Say hi, mummy.
Be nice to my mummy, or I'll chase you down the street with a spray can.
Scooby-Doo style. Hey, we're gonna spray.
Trust me,
Spell
I'm
like
crazy. Oh, I think Liz gave me some bonus RNG boost there for that.
Oh, she loves it.
I didn't even ask. Thank you, Lizzie.
You try.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
It helps me
It
with my
does.
statistics. Actually shows me when people get most engaged. Turns out people get most engaged when you say, spam my chat. Who knew that was such a big deal? And for all match. Oh, wait.
Oh.
Should we?
Yes. Ooh.
Fuck it. I got the whole bottom shelf open. Let's play around.
What you got?
See what we get for this. This is a whole 2. Oh, they're big. Sure. The furries are ready. Artist, you can hire me to work. I work for a card game.
Hey, I'd love that.
Love to work. I wanted to make one since I was a kid. I had my own little like Pokemon clone with the flyer characters and shit.
Yeah. Ooh.
Parents loved me blowing that printer ink. Yeah, but have you considered it's fucking cool?
Oh. Wrong tree, my man. Wrong tree.
I don't have it, dude.
Dude, that's my cash register right there.
That's like if you mugged me, you would get that. I don't know what to tell you.
Like we tap.
That's the full bracket, honey. I'm doing my best. Trying to build up the coin, but I'm also trying to like, you know, Unlock new products. Like, look at that. Ooh. That's a top shelf item. If only I was smart and didn't just throw the box up.
Have another shelf with top on it.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a few things that we're working on.
Hey, baby steps. Your shop's coming good. I'm already trying to design my shop in my head.
Good.
First 20 plushie racks.
It does seem pretty contagious, so.
Really does. I'm like, I really want to play it. I want to play it when I saw
Demo or the Grumps or whatever.
Grumps
Yeah,
playing.
$8 right now. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
There's also Labyrinth of Refrain for 10 or 14 with the art book. I want that, but right now I need to get bills, so we'll see.
Baby step.
Honey, you're waiting. I'm glad you bought the Furries game. It looks like two of them are kissing on the side of the box, so I appreciate that. Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, that is it.
Seriously, do they want an artist? Like, that's a real product. I'll apply to work. I'll apply to work on that. I will do it. I will do art for a card game. I have references. I've made cards. I'm working on one right now. I will do it.
You should. Go see if you can find their number. Somebody track that down.
Fucking, what's the name of this thing? System Gate. So, like, look at that furry shit.
That's definitely.
Yeah, I can do a better donkey. This guy's pretty on brand. This guy, I can do this shit. I can do this shit.
In your sleep, you could do this shit.
I can do that shit. I'm a little expensive, I admit, but I could do it.
Quality, man. Quality.
I know. Look, I can do 3 hours. Give me a 3-hour budget. We'll talk like what it costs to hire me to do like a commercial license. You know, I think I have it set up like double or something.
Yeah.
I only ask for residuals. Like, yeah, pay me the what, $80? Fine.
No, that's for visuals. You never know what it's gonna be.
Oh shit.
What's that?
Oh wait, someone bought all my guys.
Yeah, when you eat my guy, it's good people. Hey there, little lady. You like my dice? Sorry, I got distracted.
So I was giving. Okay. No one likes you. Go away. Just saying.
So,
Just seems more. You know what? Actually,
oh, I
you
see.
could tether them all together. Do that.
Good.
Yeah.
Sticky.
This is fine.
I deserve this.
Who you gonna call? I got an achievement for being a stink buster, I guess.
The sheets.
Just stock's okay for now. Blue dice running low. Lights.
Camera.
Views, we're still doing great.
4.78.
For a TCG card shop, this place smells like roses. 4 stars.
Maybe they will. Hey, she bought the other one. Excellent. Sold out. You should buy 3.
10, 2, 3, 4. Maybe. Problem is I can only buy their shit from them, so I can't save on delivery fee.
Yeah, I see you.
Like,
Seriously, 3, because it's 2 each.
okay. Someone standing by. I didn't actually check out.
Good. Yep. Oh, hey.
Or I could just do this. Off.
Good.
Now, I want to put them all together. Okay. My thought process.
Good. Good. You organize. That's part of the skill. I'm letting you cook. Let's go.
I'm real cookie right now. Uh-oh.
Sticky.
Uh-oh.
Sticky. Oh no, the cards are in the way. No, you should have done that facing the window. It's all
It's
good.
like an AO.
Yeah.
So, Stinky. I have a problem.
Oh. Yeah, pour that. Oh, you should have just put them all on the shelf, like put the boxes there.
Yeah, well,
Oh, you good?
there. All the card shit will be together.
Good.
Okay. Then all this shit is together.
Nice.
I forget why. I think it was just to have an organizational fit.
A little bit of both. You just put those new boxes up. You can put more in, I suppose. Get more deodorant on there. A good stuff showed up. I know you good.
I know. I'm kicking shit all
You
over
are
the store.
freaking out. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Again, it doesn't just stay.
That's the problem, yeah. I think that's the idea of the personal shelf. You put stuff on it so you just have a spot.
It'd be different if I could just put them here. Slide shit in the. No. It'd be really nice.
It would be, but no, I think it's a fake counter. What a false fake, Trixie.
For now.
Yeah.
Since there's 2 for a shelf.
Yeah. At the very least, they sold those.
And I'll just load it up.
And the deodorant on the shelf. Buy more.
We need to buy more. Yes. It's fine.
That's fine. It's the whole point. Stick it! Stick it, stick it, stick it, stick it. No! No! Not horny! Stinky!
Arr, couldn't put it back.
You can be sticky after horny!
Yeah, I think it's just a straight radius around you or
I
something.
think so, yeah. You don't have a box, you tossed it.
Oh, yeah. I thought it got stuck underneath again. It's like, what the fuck?
No, you got 2
Oh, fuck
sideways.
off!
God.
40. You get out of here. You just came here to stink and loom?
Just, hey,
Yuck!
the
What
cards.
is wrong with you?
Drop dust the card shop.
Stinking and looming. Looming and stinking. You nasty.
Love the card shop, but sometimes people come in and just rip ass.
Just let it rip. I need more cards.
Dude, you should open up what boxes you have by your counter. That way they stop kicking.
Yeah. We are end of day now. Okay,
Yep.
let's party.
Yep.
All right, who's ready to start doing the dance? Here we go. Oh shit! Some dude's coming up to the counter. Oh no, he's good. He's good. He's good. He's good. All right. I got something out of that. I haven't made it once. The angel. Got some new stuff. Got some new stuff.
New mommy.
Okay. Well, the creepy standing synchronously. I see you. Give me just a minute. Time is frozen. It's closed. All right. I'm doing the opener here. I got stuff to do. These suck. These suck. Hey, you should buy these packs. They suck. Oh, okay.
Robux.
Okay. Oh, they're only X. God pack.
Beautiful.
That's what God needs.
Oh, we needed that. That's some good. Look at that. Yum.
Oh, don't hate their card layout either.
I really don't. It's like the kind of thing I'd buy, you know?
Me.
Play it, load it. There's so much stuff.
Hi,
you.
what you got?
Hey, you.
Asking for $8.44. Market price is $7.30. I don't think I can go more than 8, homeboy. All right, cool.
Oh, you go buy stuff too, maybe?
All right.
Oh, my man.
I want to go 2 overworks. As soon as I open tomorrow, the prices will change again. So
Yeah,
I
they
just
will,
wait. I'm trying to see what I get away with 4 people left. Want to buy this one? Want to buy this?
You are lock stocked. But Dun, 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 dun. Nice experience.
That's a good day. That's a good day. Now to blow it. Alright,
Store's on fire.
listen. Listen, there's something I want.
There's something I want. Is it the same thing that you want?
Come on, what's
It
this?
might be. Oh, that's expensive. Do it. No, do 2.
No?
Oh, silly Willy Walnut Head. Putting money not all in one thing. Buying stuff.
I'm paying attention, homie.
I'm not.
Not doing shit like
I don't have half my brain turned on.
This is where I get a new thing right by the counter that's just here's the deodorant stand. Hi, bud. What's up, Milo? Yeah? You have something to tell the people? We want to tell the people, Milo. We want to tell the people. Yeah? That's amazing. You should tell everyone.
Put them on the shelf. There, and then one up.
Oh, didn't need to see that. Is that a price?
Thank you.
There we go. Oh, solid
You
33.
have 4 shelves, so you can take the pigs on the. You have 5
Now, I was gonna move the pigs. The problem was I didn't have a box to do it with.
No, you have 5 shelves. Yeah.
Ooh, the pigs have gone down.
Right, so. As long as you're selling the pigs.
I thought it was 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there was 5. Oh,
Yeah. Excellent. Hit that bottom pig. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I wanted.
Yeah. Oh, take the bottom shelf. Yeah.
You know,
No, but I'm all happy. Dude, excellent. Yeah.
there we got
That's
more
nice, that's
delicious
I
things.
think we're set.
Oh, my die are low, but I need more money. They're expensive.
250 or something.
Yeah, they're pretty expensive. They're
But
like
they sell
160.
good. They sell good.
When they sell.
Yeah.
These went up. Hi, bud. What's the matter? You just want attention?
Probably a bit. He's a good kitty, though.
What's the time?
To be fair, I read the 2.
Yell at you today, I know. Alright. Market price 25 is a nice solid card. You are market price was 10, you are 20 fucking 6. Why not? I'm just live streaming myself doing math, aren't I? Alright, market price was 10, that's gonna be a nice 27.50, why not? Okay, how about you? Market price plus 10, that's 5.50 still. Just checking. How you doing? Oh, market price plus 10, 6.50. Sounds good. Oh, there we go. Clumsy fingers, kind of munching here. Oh, this one. Market price plus 10, we're gonna go for solid 20. Fuck you. All right. Market price plus 10, we're gonna go for a solid 5. All right. 11.50 was its previous. It's gonna be 11.50 still. You? We're at 16. Fuck it. Done. Alright. Market price was 10. You're still gonna be 36. Change. 450. 5. Why not? You are 14. You are. Ooh, you know what? 14. You know what? No. Market price was 10. Try 15. Fuck it. Alright, these market price was 10. That's 19 now. I do 20. Yeah, I'll do 20. I forgot about that little strat I was doing. 5 is fine. Anything in between seems to be okay. Rounding down from 20 seems pretty smart now that I look at it that way. Ooh! So those are selling on the high end already. That's probably why they're not moving too fast. Yeah. So 5 for these right now is good. I think we're solid. Do I have any dice in the corner? These are full, so no. marker? I do. Done. Bam. Open up. Bucket. Walk away. Asshole. Load that up. That guy over. That guy are not selling great today. The die. We got it's empty. Boom, perfect. He bought something. Lovely day. Right. And next up, pay the bills. And we're golden.
That's not bad. Ooh, what a thinking. That's good.
Compliment in chat, big boy.
What?
Ooh, love the stage and mathematical power.
Yeah.
Wow, the furries are here.
Oh,
Need people to show up in
I was
person.
gonna say, I'm glad I told you to get 3.
Oh, you guys have boxes. Where are you buying your fucking boxes? Where are you buying your boxes? No one's bought my boxes. Where are you buying these playmats? Where are you all buying this shit?
I got that right here.
No one buys it for me. Okay, so we're low on blue dye. Everything else is alright for now.
Yeah, like you got 3 of those now. I was gonna say 4. Jeez, half the stock got sold. That was pretty good.
No, it's not bad.
Oh yeah. Stink,
Oh.
stink,
That's the opposite of stinky finger, isn't it?
stinky
I noticed
body.
they fixed the bug from the demo where that meter reset every day.
What?
If you didn't use a full can in a day, you didn't use it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they fixed it.
That's good.
Kinda, yeah. Stocks are good, cards are out, we're doing okay. Got some more in my hand that I can dish out. Thank you very much. And with a 50, spend a 50.
Yeah.
How are these holding up? We could put out a couple somethings.
We gotta organize that map. Dude, really push that.
Organize what?
It's all on the right side now. Cards. But what you need?
I don't have it. It's a new card for me, for my personal collection.
No, that's what he wants.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
no,
what
he was giving something that I didn't have. I
Oh,
did
I
accept
see.
and I got it. So
Oh, I
I got a
see.
card I hadn't had yet.
Oh, I see you. I see.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
stop bringing me out.
No, you good. I'm barely here.
I'm in my primo operating hours.
You are the best team ever, and
Ready to eat noodles again. And
Nice.
pee again. And scream at God again. And scream at God some more again.
What?
Okay.
They bought one from every shelf.
Yes, that's extremely funny. Okay, I'm thinking about where we're at. We have plenty of cards, we have plenty of this. We need.
Boxes
That's
again.
on tabletop too thick. Okay. That's the company selling. That makes it harder because I can only really buy that from them, so I can't consolidate like I wanted to. I need blue dice. Need these fucking things. We're bad. I can get 2 boxes already and be fine. They're selling. Fat shelves for fat things? Like, goddamn. Wow, exact change.
Nice. Thank you, buddy.
Woo! Everyone smells good. Fuck you. Be dissatisfied.
Shopping.
Yes, flee!
Oh, even better.
I've seen the error of my ways and want to plush it. Or to walk around and just look at shit.
Doesn't have a bag yet, does he?
No, he hasn't grabbed anything. Oh, there he goes. Fucking, I was about to kill a man. Just doing laps around my store. Like, what are you stealing and why do you smell bad? Fuck you.
I bought a $10 card. Shit change. Do that automatic. Oh, never mind.
Remember what I came up with earlier? Under 20 tends to do okay.
Yeah.
So I've shifted my behavior slightly. Rounding down after doing plus 20.
I see it. That's good.
Done this in a second. What do we got? Ooh, $5. Woo! Something. Man, that was good. Hello.
I want one card. With the card, I'll buy a card. I'll get a card, and then I'll play cards.
What's up, girl? You look sweaty, shiny. I know some people be way into you.
I can't tell if that's a shirt or a sports bra.
Yes, that you can wear a sports bra.
No, it's an undergarment.
Yeah, but like when you're working out,
Oh, I get you.
Just do it.
I know, it's like wearing a swimsuit, though. I always feel like, oh man, you was like half naked. I don't know. It's weird.
You know what? You legally got to cover the fucking things, or some people probably would not because it gets very hot.
Rude. Rude and rude. Stinky, stinky, stink. Stinky, stinky, stink. Stinky, stinky, stink. He's gotta sit in a stink. Bling. You stink by 10,000 customers. Thank you very much.
Today. What do you do? I do one thing. Also, I sell cards. So 2 things. Alright. A lot of little purchases, but it's a lot of them.
Yeah.
I need blue dice, and I need blue dice, and I need blue dice.
Yeah.
I get some of these, I guess.
Well, they're 8 out of 12, so you're okay.
Just trying to think of ways to make this not shit order.
How much do you have?
Buy some blue dice. I don't have any rare on stand. Get a big box. Okay. Something.
Yeah.
Help you? For Tina, that's well below market. Can you go 250 by chance?
Great.
Works for me. Sucker. I guess just got a bunch of shit out on the curb.
You think somebody would take that stuff off the curb? Hey, free box, yoink.
Yeah, but the thing about that, if you're doing it from a game design perspective, really not fun.
Oh, yeah. What's its name?
Like, it's realistic, but would you enjoy it in the slightest if someone came by and just took your shit?
Supermarket Simulator would need
You need, like,
security guard.
Milo, why are you upset?
Milo, come here and you'll get love.
What? Oh my god.
Jeez.
That's a good deal, too, and I just don't have it.
Oh, man. Like, it's
Just don't have it.
don't
That's a
have-
bargain based on the
Yeah.
Well, it's long term.
Yeah.
This dude. 18. That's obnoxious. There we go. He's off and have him stand by for me by the shelf. Good. Oh, okay. Lights on. Not quite to the point I need these yet. Doing okay. There we go. What we got? Okay. Done. Nice! $86 card. Excuse me while I just explode everywhere. Some of these people have the vague aura of stank. Just don't stank. Downside of putting this here, sometimes you see people walking towards the door, and you're like, wait, what are you doing? Oh my god. Alright. Thanks, dude. $64 purchase. New best friend. I'm gonna need mats. I'm gonna need a vacation. I don't really need anything else but the mats. Why I didn't buy the mats? I think there was, I forgot. They're okay. We're doing okay. We're doing alright. If I had better pull luck, I'd get a second card table. But as is, I just don't have enough to fill it out that it's worth listing. Card 900, there we go. 80. That's a couple really good ones.
Always looking to expanding the room.
Yeah, well, it's just until you get the second expansion, at least, it doesn't seem to do shit.
So I'm talking like 1 to 2.
I saw what Aaron got. I'm like, no.
We have them both at the same time.
Yeah. Bye.
Those are even people in and out. No, it's all good.
Some new ones once in a while. You find what the cat wanted?
Came in, he's like perfectly fine and content laying there.
I'm gonna have to try to get something to play with him.
Might be.
After Max died, he like perfectly emulated Max's like play with meow.
Yeah.
For days, and he still kind of does sometimes, especially if he finds one of those other straps.
Does.
Enough that it freaked Kay out. Like,
I like
this sounds just like. Oh,
you talk to each other, man.
level 10.
You do.
So
You
level
unlock
10
something.
means I could get that,
You
which is
if
very
you
expensive.
want to invest in it, could get an employee.
Not enough happening that I feel like I need one.
No, that's
Sure,
true.
I can get the second system gate.
Ooh, that'd be good.
That's an interesting prospect. That I would want another shelf. I love this art.
Yeah, it's excellent.
They hired the right guy for that one.
Buy a shelf and just have it at the ready.
Just looking around. I mean, I could buy the shelf, yeah. We got Tetramon stuff. I get this license now. Meh. This is at 12. These are all like way the fuck up here. Yeah, that's the main thing you're selling.
I know, it's just, you'd have to have a very big shelf.
Cleanser. Well, they want to have more than one card game
You can
eventually,
do the
too.
card sleeps back.
Yeah, I could get the Tetramon themed one.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Make sure it's not at my counter, sorry.
No, you're good.
Which is fine.
I'm gonna buy a plushie. No, just a card.
Nice statement. I got a second card. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay, let's round up the day, and I'll do tomorrow's, and we'll figure it out.
Don't
Sounds
hit
good.
enter. I want to look at your things.
You want to look at my things? Okay,
I
don't.
won't mess with them.
You can look.
Yeah, I'll touch a little bit, but I'm not gonna break or spend or do. Thank you. Then.
I'll hit my sign, just click my store sign to close.
We are
I don't think it matters. We'll do it.
Okay, closing sign. Okay, looking around. We gotta hit buttons for stuff to happen. We hit tab and we get the phone. We hit R. Oh, we can see our book. Look at that book. It's super cool. Won't put anything down. Okay. Dude. Okay, I see you. Ooh. Before things get fancy. Look at that level 55. Go for?
Huh?
Yeah. You do you. Do what I
I
can.
can make these weird ass
Ooh, I like that. Do it.
white cheddar bacon and that.
Yeah. Do it and I'll split them with you. Yeah.
Fire acceptable right now.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah. I'm super good like that.
Have to babysit the air fryer for me while I'm parked
No, that's grand. I'll do that for the win.
here.
What?
Fridge was pushed back.
Oh, sorry.
That was loudly suddenly sliding. Like, oh. Okay. Different than it. Start. Third beat. Let him in. Not this beat though. It's a different beat. You just look at all the shit.
Well, you have
Oh, I unlocked cups.
wind cup. Wind element might increase. Fires go down because it goes with their element. Water and earth and fire.
Jesus, it's spending.
It's spent,
standard.
but you do notice that it's
Oh, it's game format.
yeah. This
Okay.
this is your standard. That's free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can change my fees.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, air fryer duty.
I will do that. This is awesome. The hardest part for me was just the buttons.
There's so
it
many
will
buttons.
take you precisely 700 for the first and second upgrade because it's 300 and 400.
Yes.
And then it's 500 for the third. So,
Yeah.
well, see, I thought it was 2 and 3.
Well, I'm literally thinking table space. I have plenty of space for what I'm selling right now.
Right. But space.
It will start. It will start going fast, but
It will, but yeah, table space is like a big go over. I think having another table is going to earn a lot of money,
yes,
but you're kind of pressed.
I need
for it.
space. Yeah,
You could move
like
this.
I could get rid of this shit or just put it all against the wall.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you take that whole thing and then place it against the wall there,
Let me do some.
we're gonna sort a bit.
Let's see how this goes. If
Okay.
I was thinking of getting another shelf so I could get this unlocked, but that table is a really good idea.
Yeah, it is. I think the box is the way. Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm looking.
Yeah.
Just be Phasmo buttons. Just be fucking.
You should just say.
They don't have
Keyboard.
keybinds yet. They don't have keybinds yet. They just have basic shit. It's something they've talked about from what I've seen. Like, I want F to place, G to throw.
Yeah.
Just like what I'm used to in anything else I've played. Like, just consistency across my game. That's all I'm looking for right now.
Please
Because
and thank you.
Q is not anything in anything I play. And it's like, there's so many buttons. There are so many buttons. Okay, that'll work for now. It's a little gross, but it'll work.
Check the numbers.
I will.
Yeah. Occur.
I'm trying to follow the
Wait.
smart. Too late. I don't care.
I
Why?
was gonna say, do they have an upgraded table?
Yeah, but it's gonna be really expensive.
Yeah, but if you could have afforded it, you had the 700 and invested.
I was thinking 4 digits, but I get what you're thinking. It's like just this is 450.
Yeah, it might be. I don't even know.
I got Workbench. I still don't know what it is, but I have it. I have a
You could
work.
get another trash bin. Okay.
Ooh, another trash bin.
A small card display for 4.
Oh, to put cards in, yeah.
Yeah.
But they're like glass case sealed.
Yeah, that's pretty cool though.
Wall display case, 500. Pack opener machine starts at 3,000. Yes. Auto sync can be upgraded. Card display table with a glass case. I don't know why that matters so much. Card display table, but it's vintage. Better wall cases. A projector. A wide shelf. I think that's for storage mostly. Huge personal shelf. That's just showing off what you have. Or I guess keeping stuff handy. I don't know. The next play table is shop level 45 and it's 2,500. We've got a while. We've got a while. There we go. That looks alright, I guess. I mean, if I could get another one of these on the side, I'd be okay with it. How much are those? Fuck it. For the sake of looking okay, I'm gonna do that. I'll keep this over here for now, and I'll grab this, and now we're nice and in debt. Woo! In debt, but you know what I mean. Boom. I don't know what that noise means.
Happened twice now.
Yeah, it's like I placed something down and my shop's quality
Well, you
went
got a
up.
crown.
Crown?
It's floating on your stream.
Oh, Cathy Cat subscribed with Prime. Thank you, baby.
Hey, love you.
That's my... Oh, because that's when Liz did. Yeah, it's my
Yeah,
alerts.
yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
ding-dong. Hi, baby.
That's not the game. That's the.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is coming together. This is getting to be a little more sensible. It's not amazing, but it'll work for now. Shit, I opened before I checked my prices. Crazy Cat. Yep. All right. I don't. It's so behind. It's so weird. 350 is still fine. 225. Those went down a bit, I think. 20. 18. Yeah. That went up. 36. Done. Stinky! Who's stinky?
Who's stinky? It's far too stinky.
Too much stinky. Hi. Sorry, I was dealing with some.
Stinky. Yeah. Stinky.
24. Bum. Okay. So this is kind of working. It's a bit of a mess, but it's working. The dice. 18, those went up. 17, those went down, I think. Or static.
Boy.
Market cat?
Who's the same? 7 days.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of fussy.
Yeah, he.
Hello, sir. That change for Mr. White. Oh, they're stinky. Oh, they're coming out today. Oh shit! They got, oh, he wants to play. You know, get to play until he smelled better.
Better than a butt crack.
Another pig, another day, huh?
Yeah.
How's your dog liking those?
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. They could just be good. I need to go that way, Bob.
Oh boy, my cards have all disappeared. Almost been okay prices. $91. All right. Bought some dice. Thank you for your service. You market 1010. 8. You've gone up quite a bit today. You market 1010. 550 is still fine for you. Good old 30 should be fine. We list here $85. Don't mind if I do. A nice 100 on the nose. Sounds good. Okay, likewise. That'll do. Done. You can be in this one. 650. Done. You guys, how we doing? Like these plushies, huh? Alright. System Gate keeps selling. Keep thinking, would they hire me? I'll work for you. Like, it's a furry card game. I'll do it. Just saying. Okay, let's see here where we at. I could probably put these up so they're not in my way. Yep. And bam. Checking our pig prices. 30 is still alright. Checking our rock prices. 35 will do. Alright. Oh, this is going good. Going good. Hey, we sold a box! Thank you for buying a box. God damn. Oh, shit. It's the air fryer beeping. I guess I will go rattle that. Did you miss me? Oh, hey, dude. What you got? 16. All right. Thank you. And there's that for you. How's my dice stock looking? It's all right for now. I need some of those still. Kind of exclusively at the moment. Oh, imagine having a storage room. Couldn't be me. How much was that again? Like 5 frickin' thousand? Ugh. I'm level 15. Ugh. Okay. Meow.
Oh. What I break?
Nothing. You didn't break anything. I just rattled the box. It's the, you know, flip or whatever remote notice. I'm like, 3 for 5. Done. Walk. Yeah, we got these. Boom. Boom. Done. Walk. One, 2, 3, 4. Walk. All right. What do we got in here? Card sleeves. You got no room for that. Hey. Hello. Thank you. $10. 1, 2, 3, 4. What you got, kiddo? Nothing at the moment. Yep. Blue dice are in today. Need to take a penny, leave a penny situation or something here. What's wrong? What? Excuse you.
Back there? You're not allowed back there.
Better pushing that price. No, 20 they do not like, but below 20 seems to work pretty well usually.
Yes, actually. It's been pretty consistent. They keep saying it's fair price.
As long as I just do that round down at 20, I'm pretty good.
Very good, actually. Ooh.
Yep, I'm doing alright. What have though? RNG luck, get to work! Chant, 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 chant,
Okay.
chant, 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 chant. That chant sucked. That chant sucked.
You did it too fast. You did it way too fast. We couldn't get the chant.
You're right.
We didn't get the mojo.
Right.
Oh, wait. Sorry, gotta hold on.
Hold on a second. Chat.
Before you help the customers.
Chant. It's part of the store's ritual. 5 stars. Chant. You are a mediocre chanter. You do not look right. Like, something about you is RNG'd in a way that is strange. Customer wants this. I've had this. That's way better.
How can you tell that you've had it?
Because it doesn't say new on it. Doesn't mean I have it.
Oh, you have had it.
But I've had.
It says in album if you have it. In the
Yes.
box. Oh.
Yes, I am seeing that now.
No, I did too. I'm learning a lot. Usually.
Let's sigh. Hey, we're selling lots of boxes today. Yay, boxes! People are buying my fucking card boxes, dudes!
Rockin' with these.
Man, there's 3 left. Hope they're not shit.
Me too. This has 2-minute cooldown, so even at least that. Learn not to burn my taste buds off.
5 is fine. Done. Nothing happening? Okay. Yeah. Doesn't mean they're gonna do anything. It doesn't mean they're up. The 4th table is already adding up a lot. I'm feeling it.
Oh yeah. Well, you got to figure it's 10 or $8 an hour, and what is that? 8 to 9. About 11, 12
I
hours.
feel like I should scoot this over to be here.
Put it against your counter.
Yeah. No, that won't work.
Yeah.
There's a lot of paper in the walk.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah.
You like this little setup I got though?
I like that set. It's very nice.
I need something to put in there, but we're getting there.
Put the boxes in there.
I think I can. Yeah. Well, I mean, I it's
No, yeah. I would just, can you pull the box and like, you throw it? Yeah. I like it floating.
I can put it on stop. that worked. That's the one box I want on me, but
I like it.
sure.
Okay. Let's learn.
Better place to put, well, this for now.
There you go. It's a happy little box.
I can't see what the fuck is in it, but yeah.
You can.
What's up, lady with the world's most form-fitting sweater? Seen you twice, and both times it's been impressive how much those just hug.
Said your point.
Oh, well, she's sending me 2, so. Plushes.
Ah.
Yes, I bet.
What?
This one still? Oh, this is my, So if I put this up here.
Cool. Uh-oh.
Shit. That works, though. It does work.
Ah. I like it.
And 1, 2, 3, 4.
They're decent.
Okay, good. Yeah, what you get? What you get? What you get?
Woohoo.
Some pigs?
Oh, yeah.
A pig? Just one pig?
That's okay. Good exactly.
Alright.
Any $4 booze. Yeah. Good. They're hot, but try one. You can buy the outside. The inside's just baked, so like open it and let it cool. Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
that's not bad at all.
I know.
Go for singing molested. Okay, what you think? Invest
Do
in
it.
boxes.
No, do the box.
I just don't know if they're worth it. It's nice to have the licenses. I don't know if they're worth it. Or dice. Just you got work hard boxes.
Red, green. Oh, I get it. Fire, earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see you. Cool.
Making sure no one's bugging me.
Yeah. Puts it into some good perspective.
I'm just thinking, like, if I move the boxes in here, 1, 2, 3 colors, for
Oh.
now, If I get the 4 one, then I can do one of each.
I genuinely think investing in making this place bigger would do you well.
Probably, but it's a long-term goal.
True.
Let these guys roam.
Actually, they're inflating us.
Okay, we've got a while. They just fucking sat.
It's from when they sit down. If one person sits down, that starts their timer, even if they're not playing.
Mm-hmm.
I just noticed that 2 people got up and they had different times.
Help you? Oh, all right. So I'm thinking. End of day, I'm doing some thinking. A dangerous pastime, I know.
A dangerous pastime? I know.
Up here for now, I don't care. Okay.
That's cool.
Hurts.
Yeah, no, it's great. Fox. Okay, cool.
Taking money. That was a short game.
Well, you're close, so like, we'll wrap it up for him. No any reason to keep her here.
Accessories, figurine, booster. Thinking.
Oh. Do it. Alright.
Some of those would be good.
Awful.
So that's accessories.
You needed yellow.
Jesus. Okay.
You still need the yellow bucks.
I don't have it right now.
Oh, that makes sense because you're only 3. Alright.
I can't do books yet. We can't do figurines yet. Boosters. We can't do the 3rd tier yet. We're close.
Get close.
Thinking if I... Yeah, fuck it. Alright, fine. Let's
Yep.
go.
Yep.
Boom.
Dummy.
How many of those do I got? We're okay for now. Furry game's okay for now. Got more of those ordered. We're gonna have a whole extra shelf. Let's do this to start. And tabletop.
You paid your bills?
That's expensive. I don't think I did.
Oh, you did. Okay, cool.
Alright, that's fine. It's, you know,
Yeah.
a little
it's
higher
great.
than we were yesterday, a little bit. But
No, it's a great start. I mean, look at all this product.
I set prices in the morning, but we're doing good.
That makes sense.
Because that's when it's stock
Because then,
fluctuates.
then it's just gonna flip on.
There's no reason to do it.
Yeah,
right?
no. That's good. That's good. I learned that with you.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do.
Oh, that's cool.
I can be smart. Oh, plushies. I was gonna get plushies. Shit.
Well, you got the money for it. I said go for it.
Yeah, I'll just wait for the next shipment. I'll do it tomorrow.
Yes.
It's not the end of the world.
No, you can stack that on the box over there.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know. You don't have to.
I'm just trying to be. That's a physics disaster.
Well,
All right. Damn. RNG chant go. All right.
All right.
It's weird. There's first editions mixed in with normal ones. It's working.
Oh, chant.
Go chant. That was a good pack.
Yeah.
Who's nice to me? A couple good ones. Enough to fill this up a little. I only needed one.
No, leave it. You gotta change it in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. And so I don't forget next time. Stock order, figurines, cart. Ugh. That is all of my money.
Wait, that's precisely all your money. Can you even order that? Or you just do it?
No,
do-
I can't.
You could. Oh, you can't because of the oh
Mhm.
fuck.
I told you,
No,
that's
no, you're good. It's just the delivery fee. I always forget. That's something I gotta keep track of. Bad. I mean, you earned a huge amount of inventory.
Mhm.
You've essentially, like, what is that? 25%.
Multiple new products, 3 new products.
Yeah.
Okay, those are worth a lot more than the other ones. Look at that.
All right.
All right. These have been pretty static. Fire for now. All right.
I just like the way this lines up. The game is very intriguing to me. This is good. I'm just chewing it slowly. Like, setting it up, your numbers right. It's pretty cool. There's a lot to it.
Let's see,
I was going to say just 18.
That's just way too close to the line.
19.
If they're going to complain. They're gonna... Act less. Sorry.
You're good. I'm trying to.
You're better than your boyfriend. I'll give you that.
What I do?
The smacking.
Oh, with the mouth?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my man.
He's awful.
We'll have full conversations with the talking.
Mm-hmm.
I love that crab. I don't know why. It's like this side of Dr. Robotnik, you know? Like almost a robot crab. Wow! Oh, that was nice. I would stuck with the hunters. The hell of it.
Crafty.
No, you
I
do.
want to sell.
Yeah, you do. You have that just a little lower, and it's just a little more intriguing. I get too greedy. To be fair, you sell like hotcakes, so I'm not complaining. People will take a ton of good cards. And least but not last,
Already done. I don't remember.
I don't think we started here. Oh, I see.
Come on in, fuckers.
Alright, everybody. Now here we go. It's a brand new version of the Do-Si-Do. No.
Excuse you, bruh. We're gone immediately. Poor. All right. Done.
And done. Nice.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah. Sucks, but okay.
Yeah. It's the start of the day.
Yep.
You'll end well. Two.
Fine.
Yeah. You got. Nice. That's not bad actually.
Let me think.
Yeah.
I got no money. Give me a
No,
minute.
yeah. No, you bought 3 of those. Ooh, please and thank you, sir. I like you have no money, but you have like a whole drawer full of cash for people.
Said 36.50.
Nice, nice. So for 14 cents over market, forget about it. It's easy.
I can handle. I'm not bad.
Awesome. Yeah.
Genuinely. I keep joking 10 key was my job. Haggling is part of my job. Being willing to be like, yeah, all right, this is what we're doing. This is what do you think of this? That's always been part of it.
So a bit.
Throw the piggies.
Ow. Thank you. Would you like that gift wrapped?
Man. All right.
Oh, then he goes and plays. Holy crap, he just... That's it.
Get a good whale once in a while.
Yep. Biggest.
That's my corner pigs.
The corn pigs. Wow.
I could play some randomly around the shop just looking at people. I probably would.
It
Just to spark joy in you.
make me giggle.
You'd be like, I know what I'm doing with my store. And I'd be like, I know you do. You damn well know it.
Piggy, 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 pig, squeaky, squeak.
Oh my god. So much.
Well,
Hey, lots of reds.
10, 1, 2, 3, 50. Go. All right. Reds
The
are
card
running
back.
low. I'm working on it. Remember all the shit I need to buy. Get my next order prepped. All right, dude, calm down. It's fine. Oh shit, the dude left.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. I was gonna buy that. Oh well.
No, you did.
Did I? Oh, I did. Yeah.
You did for 30 something. Yeah.
Might be stupid.
It's all good. You're just getting late. It's all good.
Okay, there's still a few left on there. What if I did this though? I hate that button. I get why it's there, but I don't like it. There we go. One less box in my world. Hello.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can buy these in boxes, right? Customer is selling 320, a bit over market, but I bet I can get it for 3. Oh, 318.
Ooh, all right. You want that?
Good enough, honey.
Fine, we'll take it.
I'll let you have that fight.
Post for 20. Not GameStop.
Not GameStop. I'm Game Start. That's why people can play in here.
Hey.
Be a good store name.
The GameStop. You stop there for games, but you stop gaming? GameStart.
Well, they don't exactly have demos in the store anymore like they
No,
used
they
to.
don't. Yeah.
Demos died. It turns out the entire industry went, well, actually, when people can play our game and see it's shit, they're less likely to buy it. It's like, yeah, no joke.
That's why we need quality.
But that turned into people going, well, just in general, demos make games sell less. Really? Because I played the demo of this last night, and now I have it. So I went, Liz, it's so fun. Tell me to go to bed. And she's like, and then in the morning, it was on sale for half off. I went, Liz, the universe is giving me a sign. And she said, no, it's not. And she bought it for me. Which is good, because it turns out I do not have money at all. So, 10, 50, boom. Gonna do better tomorrow. No sleeping till 5, Chris. Can't do that again. That was...
I gotta be up by noon.
Something was wrong with us.
Oh, we were just tired. I went, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna lay down. I don't want to get up.
There.
Some days you just need to sit and relax. It will make tomorrow easier when we move all this furniture.
I hope so. Ah!
Oh. Stinky, you. Hey.
They're all like, what the fuck? Blame Stinky. Stinky. Left this one untagged. Just like, hold on, I'm busy.
We are with priorities. We smell like roses for a reason.
I don't get my good reviews by sitting here and ignoring it.
Ooh, you got a big one.
At least I think I'm gonna reviews too. Hell yeah!
4.68.
Really cheap. We'll come again. Yeah, if you say so. I don't think it's impossible to get better than, some people are just like that. Customer is selling 3640.
Try 33.
Yeah.
Let's say 35. Oh no, he took it. Oh, cool.
Reasonable percentage.
Oh yeah, I thought it'd be a little low.
You right.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta keep your own stock up yourself, you know? And
Yeah.
sometimes you just gotta like, alright, throw something at the wall, what's
I
the...
did buy a lot of season cards. They just fly off.
So I'm like, if I was getting better polls...
Freaking bad pulls. Yeah.
Talk about getting a second shelf, they're very high. Okay,
Woo-hoo!
cool. I need more of those.
Yeah.
Those are some of the worst to buy, though. Only one box, though, so that's fine.
Yeah.
I need reds. Have I got that already in my order? That box red. Okay. Now my plushies are fine. This stuff's all fine for now.
Boxes.
I could use some red and blue, maybe? What's in here? Oh. Okay, I can put this up here now.
Yeah, that's the liners. Nice.
I can get the brand name ones.
Woohoo, good. I say upgrade. What do you want?
Fuck it.
done. I'll give you 15, you motherfucker.
I whittled them down.
yeah. Done. Yeah.
I can haggle.
Yeah.
If they're asking below market price, then they're usually just
We are not complaining. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, maybe I'll do 12.
profit for me.
Money.
I'm glad that this has an understanding about extra decimal point. Most things don't.
Yes. I think it also will occasionally place one in if you just type the 4. You know.
Yeah, it adds the zeros for
Yeah.
you.
It's very good.
It's relatively kind considering how much of a thumbling you need to do today.
Itch on my foot. Oh, there we go.
Sorry, I was scratching my toe. Forgive me, Walter White. You're my favorite high school teacher I've never had.
He has done great stuff in this place. He has bought so many people.
Well, he knows about drugs, so.
Yes. He's a good chemist.
Oh.
Stinky in my shop. I spray you. Spray you with the spray of stinky good. It is store.
What'd you buy? You would have bought more if you were not sprayed, I think.
Let him be sprayed. He's sitting here to, fuck him.
Fuck him. But maybe he'll get up and buy more stuff in
There's
this.
something else I need from here. I need some of this.
He did bulk.
Okay. Dice situation. We're checking that.
The bottom one.
Blue.
Yeah.
Blue needs pretty bad. I could get red while I'm at it. I don't have anything
You already
back.
have red on there.
I mean, I need more red.
You have a red on your order.
Oh, yeah. No, I have red box, not red
Oh,
dice.
you're right. Excuse me.
Kind of
Do it.
expensive right now.
Do it. That's smart.
No. Goodbye, money. I loved you.
Plushies. You have no more stink spray.
That's
you
why I
have-
just ordered a thing of stink spray.
Full shelf.
Literally just ordered stink spray.
Good.
And now I can put my dice on my dice thing. Motherfuck!
Motherfuck. Sticky. Oh, look at all those filled tables. That's delish. Oh, it's so sweet. Yummy.
Indeed. Filling my tables, filling my soul, filling my stuff.
Oh, making sure.
Look at my hole! Is that what you said?
Yeah. Where's something that shows whole?
Damn.
Yeah, good.
There's something that shows
Whole.
hole. It's like, damn, dude. Characters Welcome has its winners. I don't know.
It has some subs. Oh, but it does.
Oh, you can put 16. 12 on that one.
Oh,
12 on that one. 12, baby. That changes everything.
Better. Yeah, I did some of the shelves that have different.
Shades not in the room. He's maybe watching asleep in the hospital.
To be fair, it's 2 a.m.
I know.
I know you know, but I got.
But I love my wife, and I miss her.
I look forward to her being back.
Oh, you can right-click to open.
Oh, that's cool.
Huh. Gonna break a noise ordinance real quick. Holy shit. Okay, excuse me. Oh, one's open. What a convenience for me.
Oh, good. 50. Ah.
Come get it, whores. Yes, me too. Mood, honey. I think next time we're gonna need to order cards.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have them ready. Get 2 of these. Okay, that's on standby. Tabletop. We're going to. Oh, fuck off! Really?
What?
That's the other sleeves I can get.
800.
Yeah, they're expensive. Brand name. 300 for this.
I would invest in it.
Yeah, that sells.
The other one sells, I'd sell.
That one sells really
That
good.
sells so good it needs its own shelf.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like that does really. And they have another game too.
By 2. By 3. By 3. By 3. By 3.
I only have room on the shelf for 2 at a time.
That's true.
So I'm just gonna do that for now. You know, one step at a time.
Good.
Stinky block bar.
Yeah, stick.
There you are.
Good.
I'm the strategist. You're the hustle. You got that mad ADD.
Hey, I can hyper focus like a bitch.
Right? Nickels exist. Oh,
Keep
right.
doing more nickels. Do more nickels.
So I should nickel and dime this man.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna put this one.
Over and over.
Oh, well, I mean, these guys are still here, so maybe. Maybe someone will buy one. It's brand new. It just came in this second. I have more for later. F. G and Phasmo. F in this. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. And we're done. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, just order the cards. Just order the cards. We need them. It hurts, but we need them. It's kind of a break-even almost day. It's kind of down a little bit, it looks like.
A lot of new product, and you went down a little bit, but you stocked up on everything.
Yeah, no, I've got all kinds of shit.
Like your inventory's nice.
Oh, you're these things. There we go. Well, I can just grab them out of there.
Nice, that is very nice.
Bigs are maxed. Watch her get the Phasma. He's so fucked up. What am I doing?
Why can't I pick anything up?
This shelf that I kind of know what I want to put there, and I just can't yet, but that's fine. Cards have arrived. Yeah.
What's that one?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh no, more cards for me to open? Oh, it filled like poop.
Yep. Oh, I'm on it.
Oh no, you good. I didn't realize it was so much song.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a big box. Well, I say you pull entirely from it right now. Oh, yeah.
All right, start your chant then, whore.
Check. Couple fives in there?
All right, I think that was a god pack. It's just not a very good god pack because they were all hollow. You saw that?
Yeah.
These bad ones. Kind of like the rod pack.
Not bad. Sorry.
God, there's not so many of those.
Yeah, those
No, I had a bad experience with the Burger King mac and cheese tots. I did not like them. Those were really good.
those were delicious.
Those are like, if I see those again, I want them.
Yeah, that was really good. I really wish there was twice as many.
They're like texturally worked out. Okay.
Yeah, crunchy. They had good noodles.
Maybe the secret is you just need to take that bacon you got in there and mix it with some mac and cheese and just
Ooh,
bake some breadcrumbs. Do you know how to make breadcrumbs?
Yeah. I'm really good at that.
Like crispy, because that goes mac and cheese breadcrumbs.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
Okay, we get that ranch macaroni and cheese.
Maybe.
And the bacon.
Maybe.
I'm gonna try out that food processor.
Okay.
Well, if I can really dice it
Let's see what you got. Oh, wow. Boom, boom.
Day, night, you don't need to.
Whatever.
Okay,
Boom!
hit me. This episode's been very cool.
I'm a good girl. Everyone loves me. My profit's hemorrhaging. I need to stop spending money, but I like getting new shit.
You should good. Oh, hey,
Yes.
this day your cards thing, is it coming in? The one that you had graded.
Great.
Top right. Where's it at?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Is it in my
Oh, there. Oh, cool. It came in. Okay. It's a delivered box.
gem mint, honey? All right. So give me a minute. I'm going to sort,
Graded.
pressed.
No, graded. On the left.
Takes a while. That appreciated fast.
Oh, that's some good investment. That took a bit, but that was a $4 car.
Yeah. Okay, but they gotta be in good ass condition.
Right.
We never know what condition they're actually in.
Yeah, that came out pretty good, but you never know if it's going to go. Eesh.
So I was having issues with
Yeah, I got you. Very lovely.
Oh, what? Okay.
What?
Just fighting with the number thing. It's 10% what's listed there, not 10% of market.
Oh, I see it.
There we go. We got a graded card. Okay, so we're looking around here a little bit. We got this one. Should I send this one in?
I said, do it. Do your bit. Matter of fact, if I were you, I'd send 3 in.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to build a stack. Ugh, I hate those different albums. Okay. Leave that alone. Leave that alone. This one can go. It's kind of crap.
Yeah.
It's fine. This was 21. That's okay. It's okay. Come on. Give me something yummy. I can send it for like 6 at a time.
Good.
It takes a while.
It takes 10 days, but it came back with 250%
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I say send some big ones and give it a roll. It'll be
send this 21. $18, 650 G's. Okay, I don't have very many great ones, right?
No, you sell well.
Okay, so we go in here to. Okay, hold on. I don't. I'm not ready.
Hold on! I said slow down, me!
Oh. Oh. Oh, you can change the speed.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's if
What's
I
it?
do the 2 that are worth it,
Yeah.
it's $80 right there.
What's the difference?
90. Shipping time.
No, yeah. What's the difference between standard and express? Aside from time and money.
It's time. It's literally how fast they send it back.
You pay more and it's faster.
Yes.
Oh.
So if I do this, it'll get here in 7 days, which is basically half the time.
Yeah.
But it costs way more.
Huh.
This costs 90 of my 100, but I'm doing it.
Yeah, I
I
see.
want these 2 back. That's
Yeah.
all I can afford if I do this, but that's fine with
That's
me.
cool. Okay.
That way it might get here before I die of old age. Boom, 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 boom. Pigs are getting cheaper.
Ow.
Boom, 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 boom. These are getting cheaper too. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Money's fine. Done. Boom, 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 boom. 2250. Fuck you. I'm special. Boom, 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 boom. Also, the bigger the number, the smaller the number, the bigger the percentage difference when it's, you know, small prices. 50 cents makes a much bigger difference on a $2 item.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So, mind that.
Watch your groundings as you go.
Tedious to do this every fucking day, but
I can hire somebody for it.
not this part, not so much, because it's very, you know, subjective. It's going to be whatever you set it to.
That is true.
You can try to give them a set rate, I guess, but
Yeah.
I love these cards. It's a very, you know, convoluted system right now. Every shelf is something unique. Like a lot of spread besides these. This person's like, would you really need all that? Like, well, yes, this is the draw of the store, is the cards, you see. Like, yes, I could technically consolidate, make a little more room. Also, do I want to? Ew, these are getting shit.
And you gotta invest in the high quality.
I know, well, they just keep going down. Bum, 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 bum. No. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, one up. Now, I like the chart, but the chart is,
We're done.
I can do this math so much faster without it. I may as well just stick to what I'm doing. It's the same number of fucking clicks.
This is easy. Ooh. Ooh.
Set the one I just got. A nickel dime on these things sometimes.
Well,
They're
it's
really
okay.
shitty ones. Like, well, yeah, but I want something for this garbage.
Shit.
No. I mean, if someone bought it, sure.
Alright, come. Clicks. Make it count.
Oh, these, okay. You can rotate with Q is, I don't know what these buttons are. Little homie with the boxes everywhere, but we're doing it.
Shit.
I'll note there wasn't a stalking speed on most of those.
Yeah. No, there was
Oh,
stalking.
there is stalking. You're right.
There's stalking and there was serving.
Honestly, stalking is the thing I'd want the most help with. It just gets more out of hand.
The problem is it's like $500 a day.
Yeah.
That's not creepy.
Yeah, but it's a girl watching, so no
So
one's
it's
gonna be.
fine.
Yeah. Now, if she's heavy breathing, then like, yeah, but
Oh.
it's creepier when it's like a dude hovering right behind a girl. It's like, well, you're a predator.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna offer you 9. I don't know if I get away with it. Hang out together.
I'll give it your best.
We keep busy.
That's a fuck.
Ready, chicas? Oh, never mind. He beat you to it.
One card for you. You a whole bunch of crap. Ooh-wee. That's lovely. All good stuff. Thank you.
And beat bop boopy doo boop. Nailed it. Alright.
Not bad.
Alright.
Not bad. Check your inventory and piss on the floor. Or open cards. You know, whatever prefers.
I must find more treasure. That one sucked.
Posted. Hey, that's a $9 crap.
Well, I didn't pay what she was asking. So I got it back. She was trying to hustle me.
Every day I'm hustling.
Oh, I mean, she knows what she's doing. I appreciate that. That's why I don't do GameStop. I mean, I know what these are actually worth. Fuck you. Game's like, you want $2 for this absolute gold mine? I'm like, no. See this guy? He kind of knows what he's doing. 772. I bet I can make $8 for it. Done. Over here. Pop it down. Price. Bam, bam. Oh, I could do one better than 8. Go beans. You? Oh, he bought the graded.
You bought the graded.
Imagine if I put one of those good ones in for grading.
We're gonna hold it next time you get a 3-digit one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Two.
10, 15, 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Slows things down, but well worth it. That's a new thing they added too.
Grader?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Last month or so, I think. if I remember right.
Go for the updates.
But the double digits are fine. Like,
Yes.
when you get those big monies, like that fucking God Pack all the 6, you should have sent all those in. Because they're mint. I just opened them.
Yeah.
I mean, unless it just randomizes that and I got super fucking lucky.
Don't know how the system runs.
Like if a stinky dude comes in and tries to sell me something, I'm like, I don't know. Second hand cards, you never know. But graded, like, you can do it. I'll make your money somewhere. This is a big way to do it. 347. Hello. We're learning. We're getting better. Everyone's hella sleepy. I don't blame them.
Give it a game. Up here. Let's do more, but they're fine.
Fine, you're doing good. It's low energy. It's like fucking 2 in the morning. We're just hanging out.
Just chill.
Sometimes you don't really call it. Go eat something and go to bed. Hey, that's a pretty good one.
Okay.
It's a solid box.
That's what you do.
You got that, Mike.
Like chill.
Like being twitchy. You never seem happy when you're twitchy.
I don't like being twitchy. I'm just naturally a little twitchy. But I like being twitchy and textile. I used to rub up on stuff, but I don't get a lot of stuff in. Like, hold up a blanket.
Sit up!
Probably why I pull it on this thing right now.
Beard, yeah.
Yeah, it's like just such a good little mini handle. I'm gonna split it into 2. Try to grow it. I need some.
Stone plushies be pretty good.
Yeah.
This is what my cards cost like,
This is
fucking
like half the gone all. Or the No, it pays off. Actually, it's the most amount of update you have.
People who stock. Yeah, what are you gonna do with that? Like, this is my life.
I think they don't do cards. I think they would do the rest of the thing. Before you can, sticky. Before you can get them to start ringing away. You, hey, walking around, perking up. Gonna go behind everybody playing the game. Don't mind me. Oh, I need stuff here. Gonna buy any.
The thing about stinky people is they almost never know they're stinky.
I used to be there.
Sometimes
You stink. You know, sometimes stink happens. I don't mind somebody who stinks. I mind somebody who resists fixing their stink.
I like that guy. Grizzled.
I like the Yankees.
He's the Angel's cool too. Not as
Oh,
cool
he
as
bought
the
a green box.
fucking homie.
Yeah.
Sorry, he said green box. I got really mentally just what?
Yeah, that's him both.
Just forgot what I was doing. No one's bought that yet. Furries are failing here.
Yes, let's.
Done. There.
What you gonna order?
I don't know. I'm thinking. Plenty of that, plenty of these. Got those for now. Dice are okay. No one's bought like 20 dice yet. Could get the license for that, but not buy it. Hi. No, it's cool. Everyone can walk behind the counter.
Just walking through.
How's it work at your drug den? Anyway. Don't tell me this isn't drugs. It's drugs for people that just don't ingest the drugs. It's drugs for the brain.
Everybody needs to get their endorphin, and if they can't do homemade, store-bought is fine. Ooh, fuck you.
Again, with the 950.
Mm.
Number of the day, the big bird to come by. Hey, there we go.
Hey! Got two? I got two. Okay then.
It's for me.
Hey yo. If that's the way you want to go.
Almost do a box of those. Get my bills yet to do. Okay, we're still over 1,000 now. It's a good day. $490 I can work with. $490 I can work with.
That's not bad.
See how we got there. I'll stink for a second.
My senses detect something. Yeah.
I detect smell.
What is that aroma? Do I detect the revolting stench of self-confidence?
Hope that's not what they're feeling. They're literally visibly stinking.
Visibly stinking. Sir, did you happen to know, not only are you stinking, there is a audible green aura of stink waves emanating from you.
We can hear it, we can smell it, we can see it.
We can actively hold this and tug on it.
It's basically cotton candy. Would you please?
We are going to absolutely tie you down and spray you with smelling good stuff.
For the love of God.
For your benefit more than ours.
yeah. The customer is giving that. I don't have. That's a full art. I don't have it. I'm sorry. Full arts get sold very quickly in this house. They're extremely rare. I haven't seen one in days. In-game days. It's probably been at least an hour.
Hey.
Even that's the first one he's shown me. It's been a hot minute. Customer is selling. Okay.
I'm paying attention. 100.
Would you do 110?
Hold him.
Okay. Okay. So we put this bad boy in. Stay there if I get out. No, I want to close this. Thank you.
Excellent. No.
It sucks. Okay, that's fine. It's a good start. It's a good start. It's a good start. Really worried about is that if the longer I hold it, if it's going to do something shady to it.
Yeah.
I just got like one or two like double digits to send with it. Oh no, it's per card and then the shipping fee basically. I'm overthinking it.
Yeah.
I think I should just do it.
I say shit. Lip.
I think it should be the 4-day. Oh no, we'll stick to 7.
I say do the 4-day and
That's more than the car is worth.
Yeah, but maybe it'll double its progress.
No.
Big 7. 7 days you'll have yourself 4 cards. I hope that you that'd be the 22 day.
You know, was it like 4 digits?
Yeah.
Then I immediately pull like a box of full arts.
Yeah.
Ah, well, fuck me.
Hot cards.
Anyway. Just gonna fill these up with something. Bad one. Not amazing, but not bad. Boxes are something. Blue again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just fine.
Sneaky.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Not even coming in. It's a public service. Sorry. Forgive me. It's
a quirk of mine.
it's court mandated. Remember, court mandated.
To be fair, there are many of good service for the community.
Phone tables. We don't talk about what happens after 9 p.m. Outside of stock. And
Let's just say the store is the only thing closed.
Yikes. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and go. Here's a $5. Giving them much shit. Come on! Gambling! Try that. It's a new shiny something. That's worth a little bit. Did you see Bonnie in the chat earlier? God, your luck is terrible. Like, thank you. You've noticed. I've only been saying it for years.
It's only been my entire life.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see here. We've got... This is fine. We could use a box of each of those. This fucker. It's still a lot for what that is.
I say hammer it. You got 1,200. Do it now.
Just give me 2 of each. I don't think... I'll hold that for now. I'm going to check tabletop and see what I need. I could use some green boxes. End of sentence. Okay. Plushies are okay for now. Anything in here I can get that's worth a fuck? No. Level. Booster packs. Accessories. It's the same thing, but more expensive. I mean, that is the next level up card sleeve, let's be real. That's the cheaper one than the 800. I mean, that would fill that slot. Like, I'm already ordering out of that other thing for these damn games, you know? Go ahead and put this in cart, but I don't think I need it right now. These are so cool. Playmats are fine. I need more tabs, dudes. Figurines, yeah. Okay, so let me look at these. I'll plan my next order. That's how they sell. So, you know what? I hate profit. You're right. Well, no, because if I do that, I'll have 400. Well, oh, they're not that expensive, though. Okay. It's still higher than I was yesterday, so fine. Fine. These might get their own shelf someday. Nice. I don't know what that one is. Oh, playmats. Rotating them to face outwards, like see what the hell's on them, would be nice. Yeah, I think this is using the same basic resource pack as the supermarket one. So, going to go ahead and assume at least the stock room will show what's in the box. Something like that
would be nice.
Now, this is not working. this one? Sorry. I'm just trying to sort it a little bit.
Box.
Yep. We're working. This is why the store closes, so I can stay up all night and never ever sleep, just like real life. Then. Oh, we have nice. I'm gonna cancel. Oh, you can just use the wheel to rotate? Yeah, I'm stupid. Alright, that's a good stock. We got a new product. I gotta price it, but we're golden. New day. And I think we ended up higher than we were yesterday, so let's bunch of cards off the grade. Yeah, that's still profitable with after all that crap. Like, yeah. Sure, man. Sure, man. Okay, time to go through the ordeal. 18 it is. Done. They were cheap. Blue dice on sale. It's 45 is still fine. A little higher. What did you take that as?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. I guess it just goes for the most recent. Well, alright. Yep, fine with that. That's 45 still fine. We're getting people in it. Don't worry. Okay. That's how it works, right? They definitely keep track of if you're getting the neighborhood into it. These aren't selling very well. I'm going to draw. I mean, you don't need a shitload of them in life, but still. These are still fine at 5, I think. Those are very static prices. Medium. Much so. I'm just being cheeky. Ooh. Just give them away. Come on, give them away. I'm trying to sell stuff here. Some of the stuff's like, you're not going like I'd like. I mean, let's try that. Okay. Check our plushies and then our cards. We'll be golden. Get back to a reasonable spot. Does it actually show? I don't know. They're about the same. I'm just a fickle bitch. Yeah. We're selling shit. We're selling shit. Changed. Do you to 725 just to see what's up. Yeah, no. There we go. 11. Okay. Sera and her ugly boxes in the corner are doing pretty good. Market price, boom, boom. 650 is fine. Done. Would love to see what it said before I... whatever. You know what I mean? Before I start messing with like what you're changing it to and from.
Yeah.
It's still fine for you. 6 is fine for you. And done.
Yeah.
Come on in, stinky. Any friends? I don't know. I'm sure there's stinkies out there. There's always stinkies out there. There's one now. Too far for me to catch because there's an invisible wall that they can go through. I need that poster is. I'm just dealing with that shit. Material mismatch kind of irritates me, but whatever. Fine, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not anal. You're anal. I'm anal. You're your mom. Buy my shit.
Yeah.
If you don't buy my shit, all I can do is just sit here and. I can only do that so much in a day before people get weirded out. I don't have it. I would love your full art. It's really cool, and that's a great deal, but I don't have it. Sorry, honey. I wish I just had a wad of goodies, but I just don't. I'm stinky. That's the fault of my customer service, is when someone walks up and just go, oh, stinky. Sorry, I had to do that. Okay. One round of furry trash coming right up. Yum, 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 yum. Yep, 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 yep. How are my reviews doing? It's dandy.
7, higher than 468.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I was kind of vibing. 5 o'clock, you see. It's getting late as we approach 3. I think this. Let's see.
I'd say do this day, wrap up the office, see what time it is. That'll give you time to wind down and need to crash, because at this point, falling asleep.
We vibing though.
I'm vibing. Bro.
Oh shit!
Oh, it's sticky.
Hold on, not you.
Yeah, you.
Agent Stank over here.
Fine, stuck in the stink on problem.
Hi, what do you got? You're offering a card for pretty measly price. I'll offer you $1. Done. Why not? Who knows? Someone might want to trade it someday for something amazing. See, you found my brand name card sleeves.
Good.
I just need to make $800 off them to be worth it. Done. Just dumped. Pigs! Pigs!
Oh, power
He bought
pigs for
a
me.
lot, actually. He bought a lot. I ain't mad at him at all. Come back anytime, Mr. Pig.
Yeah. Under our last half dozen.
Need more bacon.
Everyone needs more bacon. Why don't you place?
It's honestly more work. 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, I just keep kicking it. I just keep kicking it is the problem.
Good.
Mr. White? Oh. Hey. Oh, the green boxes. Alright, well, we know what we're doing. Thing has deck box green, and I think, for the sake of argument, we have pigs. Anything else I need in a hurry? Need a white die. White die. And purchase. Ouch, my money. Pull up for the Keep in mind, I need to remember I can do that at like 4.
Yeah.
Because they can put up to 12 on there, they come in boxes of 8.
Yeah.
Trying to order more things at once to save on the shipping.
Hey, 400.
What?
Yeah, a lot of money.
I got me some dice. Speak on. Need something to sell! I'm out! They're killing me here! Just anything. Yeah, that's good. Go. Keep cards on the table, man. Boxes and blue box. Okay. Stock. Stock. Thinky. Got a nice range on it. All 3 of them, like, fuck! Now they're gonna be mad, but they sound stinky. I don't want to hear. Clean them up. Something. Put something. What's up, Milo? You chased the guy away, you fucknut. This place stinks. Stinkies. Hi. We're selling a 13. Oh my god. Yeah. Done. Yeah, that's a great deal for you. Thank you. You did such a. You raked me over the coals. What are you doing? Kitchen. Hi. That's fine. Then I'll do whatever kind of thing you like. I hope you love me. What?
Sure. Sometimes he's not finding others, but been rubbing up against me, so he's trying. I just need to learn. Ooh, there's a start. I just need to learn what he wants.
There's stuff out for grading right now. I'm not that fussed. It's still only 2 digits, but
I think you grade your 3s.
no, 3.
Oh, whoa.
Done. Coming! It's on my head. Good taste, sir. Well, I guess that makes sense. Just like, oh. What?
All of this. Like your boxes.
Really nice. 5 grand, level 15.
Really? 5 grand.
Mm-hmm. Man, I'd love somewhere to put all this shit that's not the corner. Just somewhere, please. Chaos over here.
Shove it in a pile.
Notice I put it by the stockroom door like a subtle hint to God. Arbo. How's that? That make you happy? That make you happy? Okay. Okay. Got a couple. Got a couple. Okay. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. For that guy. Alright. Sick. It's fine with me. Final check. We're doing good, we're doing good, we're doing good. Everything looking nice and hunky-dory over here. These are needed. Oh. It's really singing to me.
Yeah.
I don't know where to put a yellow one if I get it. I need these, I guess.
Plushies up. You have your big plushies. Yeah, you do.
Alright. That's my one. Also one. Box corner. Right? Trying to deck you in the face, cat. You're the one that's flailing all over the place like a dum-dum. Oh, level 12 finally. Fucking look forward to it. Whatever I can do with that. Hey! There's a full art. Damn. Milo! What, man? Honey! Meh. Go gum. Meow. Fuck fuck it. Open these. It's having that shelf open. They get shit. Open up one of the boxes. Oh, this sucks. Just barely anything on all of it. Yeah. Whatever. So that's where we're at for now.
That's good.
So we are calling it for the night, which is sensible and normal and not a crazy person thing. So. Milo, give me a minute, honey. Scissors. A little better. Rotating. We said for a good overstock shelf, I won't lie. Here's where I'm putting shit I don't have to put anywhere else. Fuck you. Argument. Wish it told me how big or small they are, because some of these things are baby shit. Look at it. 3 in the morning. On a post. Good. Yes, dear, I'm wrapping up. God. Literally wrapping up. What's bling bling bling? Oh my gosh. Let me finish. Wish these weren't so expensive. There's some fun stuff in here. Some of these are over $10,000. Get 2 more plants, put them outside or something. Oh, this is singing to me. I was gonna get a piece of decoration and call it, but it's not singing to me, man. Sure. There's someone there. A minute. Just give me a minute. Get a guy to work the register. He sucks at it though, so fuck him. And I might look up what Workbench does. It's very expensive. I don't know why a trash can's $500. That seems silly. Art display takes up less space but has smaller amounts. I don't even know. There's expansions, which is quite a lot, just to make a little extra space that looks out of space. Place my corner. Let's get try that one. Oh my god, why is everything so annoying? There. We're slightly more decorated. Alright, we're going to hit the bouton and call it. Damn. How'd we end? Well, alright. I think we ended pretty good. Okay. Big boy is falling asleep next to me. And I need to wind down for bed. I always almost 3. So. Boom. Thank you for joining me, everybody. I don't know when we'll do this again, but it'll be fun when we do. Tomorrow night I am doing Skibs because it's Tuesday. Whee! At least if everything goes according to plan. Plans are weird right now. Whole Valley, we're all like sleepy and fucked up. I don't know what's going on. It's not just me. Thank you for joining me. I will see you all next time. And good night.